Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. I hope you're having a wonderful time. You can call me Dragon, and today we will be continuing work on MonsterStone, getting some of the settings menu stuff done that we were working on yesterday, and we'll see where we end up in towards the end. And tomorrow is gameplay day as well as Saturday, so it's Friday tomorrow. And I've decided that it's probably going to be some RimWorld tomorrow. But we can always talk about that later if people pop by and want to hear about it. Anyways, let me close this down. So, how were we yesterday? Because we kind of like stopped in the middle of things. We were working on this UI for the post-processing effects. As like a start at least. Let me get these hierarchies opened back up. Options menu. And I need to start renaming some of these. So this would be right. Okay. What's a good way to do this? Because I could make like duplicates of this entire box here. But then have it like swap out based on some tabs. So like sound, graphics, and so forth. I don't know if post-processing effects though, because those usually land within graphics. But if I'm gonna have this as a scroll menu, that would end up becoming quite large though. Could also make this a little bit bigger. But yeah, then have them in here as like a thing. And then sort it out that way. So if we take this profile thing, instead of calling it post-processing, what if we call it graphics? Because then in the container here, we could theoretically have like another set of text that we give a layout element, and then give it a minimum height. He says confidently as if it would work. What am I missing here? Oh, it has to be in the container there, like a sub thing. There we go. And then we can say like post processing or something like that. Maybe even put a nice frame around it or something. Let's go and find some of those UI elements. Dear God. Wait. Don't do that, Unity. Let's see, what do we have here? That also means I can get... Actually, let's put you guys... Where do I put you guys? Like always gonna be in the way, kinda. I think this is gonna be fine for now. Don't really need this tab on the left here. Okay, so... Text. Ah, there's a layout element here we don't need. This one though, this one needs one. So what if we tone the text size of this down a bit? Like 30 or something. That's maybe a bit small, I don't know. Good height for this. 50 seems to do the trick. Then if we say preferred width. Ah, okay, can't do that. That's because I told it to force expand the width of these. What's a good way of doing this? Because right now, if I have this profile text in here, it doesn't... it's dependent on layer above. There's that content size fitter. I can just never remember where these have to go. Yeah, parent has a type layout group component. A child of a layout group should not have a content size filter component since it should be driven by the layout group. Ah. Yeah, so if I set this kind of like because if I set it to control child size, then it will control the size depending on the settings I set in here. What if we say layout group on this element after all? doesn't do anything. I think it's because then the image has to have a vertical layout group, right? Or horizontal, but yeah, if I put this in here, then I can tell it to force expand the child, can't I? Upper center. Now if I change this, yeah, there we go. This is what I want. Auto formatting of these. Because then I can set up the rules in this vertical layout, right? What the padding should be, and then if I write something that's, you know, longer, it automatically fills out the space. It makes the box bigger. Which also means that, yeah, that's why the image itself should not have a layout thing, because it's being controlled by the text that it has inside of it. So here I can either set it to be like minimum minimum height based. If I don't, it's just going to be based on the font size. So if I make this bigger, it adjusts accordingly as well. So if I want to have a bit of padding, I can put it in here instead. And I know that these borders on these elements are exactly 4 pixels wide, so if I put in 4, it should be so that you can actually see that like letters that go to the very bottom of these will just barely touch it. If you want to be pixel perfect. That means if I want it to be a little bit away from that border, I just put 2 more pixels, so that, you know, if you put 2 pixels extra, then 2 pixel border between the text and the outer edges. Well, the font, I should say. It's going to be a bit more in the top because that's just how fonts work. But it's the same to the edges, I would suppose. Not quite. Can't remember why these corner pieces are. But it seems like doing about 10 odd does the trick. I kind of want to establish this as the very first thing, because if I do that correctly, then when I populate this UI with a bunch of titles and sliders and you have what have you not, then if I have like one style I want to impose on everything and one approach, then it's all like fairly easy to do and just copy and paste the elements. Especially with this, because I can just literally duplicate that and then change the text, and then everything else is auto-formatted, right? Yeah, that's cool. It does mean that they're gonna have different widths based on what the title is, which, you know, in some cases might not be preferable, but I think that it's fine for this. Alright, so what do we call this? Setting title. Setting title text. And this is settings container. Files inventory. Right, this was the thing that I was also supposed to figure out. The whole scroll rect thing. But I can't remember if I managed to do that yesterday or not. Oh. I'm thinking for a second here about the naming convention of this, just so that I get this right. Yeah, so it's graphics, and then if I put post-processing in as a title there, then I can have subtitles. Say maybe. It's just for fun to see what that looks like. What was it called again? Focal distance or something? Hmm. Nah, because this is like depth of field, right? That's like the uppermost part of this setting, and then you set the focal distance. And I was thinking on adding this text element here to the slide thing here. So if we add that to there, and we say remove layout element, instead tell it to scale according to this. And what happens if we set a different font? Okay, maybe not that small. Different font size, yeah, so it's like anchored towards the top, and I don't want that. I want it to be centered. Let's see here, there. That should do it. And this is of course the number, right? Might be a bit small, this. Let's try and go with like 56 or something. And of course I can't do like a vertical layer group in this one. Directly at least. I'll need to like put in an empty and then just scale to the whole thing, and then put the vertical layer group on that, and then put the text in there so that it gets into the hierarchy. Otherwise you would just have like the fill area, the handlebar, and the background all like dunk 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 below each other instead of on top. These I think are fine to have as like a fixed size though. And again, the graphics aren't final, so at some point I need to go back and make some actual assets for all these UIs. Doesn't just go for the graphics menu and such. So, I mean, I can put it on the slider itself, but we could also put it up next to the actual text field there. So that would be this one, yeah? Yeah. Though I would need to format it in a bit of a different way. So let's put a image in here. Just chuck it up there. And in that one, I would need to have the settings thing. This would need a layout element, right? No, this would need to have a layout group, and we need a horizontal one. Ugh. Okay, it's okay. Let's just keep it white now. That means I can actually see where this container is gonna be. So we have the depth of field. Oh, Jesus. We have the depth of field, and instead of having the text in there, we could take the settings text that we just got here. Also expand that to the whole thing. Oh, right, I can't, because it's got the layout element. Or, no, it doesn't have a layout element. This does not either, though. Ah, because it's set to upper center, so if I change this to middle center, yes. Yes, and it should actually do the same for the others. Just for good measure's sake. Doesn't really matter because they're scaling height-wise according to the text. But what that basically means is that if the right-hand text, I guess I can just visualize that. So if this is set to upper center and I were to, for some reason, scale this text to be, okay, never mind. It was a good idea, or it was a good thought anyway. Huh. Yeah, this doesn't, this has a layout element here. Oh, it's because I don't have the thing set up correctly. Wait, but I thought I fixed that for the text field up here, right? Yeah, I did it for that one. What am I missing? Control child size, width and height. Yeah. Is it because it's being overridden? I think it might be. Because it's in here, isn't it? Yeah, it was being set to force expand. There we go. So what we want to do probably is force expand the vertical height so that we can have different text. Or... yeah, child alignment middle set, that's what I probably want. There we go. Now, if we change the scale of this font, it should, yeah. Dynamically adjust everything. And if we go up to here, we put in a padding, like a spacing in between these. I can say like, oh, this needs to be like 10 pixels in between. There we go. And then for you, we can put in a different background. How about that? And for the depth of field, don't even remember all these elements that I have. Oh, maybe that one might work better for the actual setting. What if we use the square one for the actual title of the setting and then use something like this? I know this is like used for the text speech bubbles. This might work out well for the actual numbers. Not entirely sold on it, but we'll see. We also have these wooden ones, or, you know, supposedly wooden ones. And then we should be able to just say, like, make this transparent, because I can't remove the image, right? Or maybe I can. What happens if I do that? Will it still work? Yes. Yes. It still does. Does that mean I can actually just remove the image component of that? I think so. Yeah, my UI is bit messy on some of the other aspects of the game. Yeah, this looks. It looks kind of like ass because of the where these numbers work out. How do we? Can I tell it? Yeah, I don't think there's like any automatic way to adjust it there. Can I do it on the slider? Nope. Doesn't seem like I can set it to how many decimals I want. Guess I just have to do that in Bolt. That's not something I want to do right now, though. Okay, so here, where are you? Is it this one? Yes. Yeah, so it's kind of like scale like that. Question is if I want it to be like this. Because I could technically make a sub thing here. But this is actually like a vertical layout group. That's inside a horizontal one. And then that way this slider would like stop here. But follow the actual setting title instead of these being all centered. I want to see what that looks like. We don't want it to force expand. All right. That's true. This tile up here is independent, or rather, actually it's the inverse. The slider is independent of the scale of that up there. Because I kind of want the sliders to all be of the same size. But that would also mean that the title would have to follow suit. And that would not be something I want. And if I force expand it, it's to like the whole thing. Yeah, same if I said flexible with there. Well, I guess I could set it so that this, or these rather, they don't, like the slider here doesn't have a preferred minimum and preferred height probably though. Probably want to contain that height there. He wants me to see something, okay. Not now, unfortunately. He's on vacation.
Yes, the spirits are talking to me.
Sense an ammo.
Oh yes, they're coming in clearly. Ah, now they're forming into a gaseous material. I can actually see them now. The spirits are very powerful today.
Are they now? Ahoy. Yo ho. How you doing today, Ammo? Pretty good. I'm doing mighty fine myself. if I may say so. Just messing with some UI today, trying to figure out how the heck to get this working the way I want it to. MonsterStone, the Burning Crusade gonna drop? Let me finish the base game first, maybe? What say you to that? The Burning Crusade. God damn it, dude. How do I get this to work the way I want it to? I don't want it to scale all the way to the edges of this box. I want it to scale within the confines of the area that I did tell it to be in. Got sounds in most of the game now. I'm working on some graphic settings, options, menu stuff. Trying to figure out how I want it to be displayed. It's going somewhere, but it's also not exactly as easy as I had hoped. A bit of focus is required, I suppose. I'm trying to make it so that I can just like have this template set up and then just populate it with all the things I needed to have. So that I don't have to like tweak every single one to be the right size and all that. Make Unity do all the heavy lifting. Maybe it's because I need that content size fitter in this case. No. Probably not what I want. So I can do like child force expand, but that just makes the same thing, except it forces all the elements in here to have the same size. And if I put padding in, it just moves it away from the edges, but it doesn't actually scale the thing itself. And telling the container therein to have a specific size doesn't really do anything because it's like being controlled by the children. So in this case, this layout element on this group that they're in doesn't actually do anything. To be expected. Hmm. Oh. Oh no. Oh, maybe. Maybe this works. Oh, we got something here. It's just that it says parent has a type of layout group component. A child of a layout group should not have a content size fitter, but I think that's just a warning. But now I should be able to set this to like 360, for instance, if I want this to have a fixed size. However, there is one thing about this that is not super great. Because now this thing on the right here gets like extra padding to it. Probably because of how the content size fitter works. Because it just scales it down, but it doesn't adjust. Like it scales the content down. What if no. Control child size width. Guess I don't really need that. Do need the horizontal layout group though, but just not controlling the sizes maybe. So let's see what happens if I were to say take this and scale it. All right. Do I have a... No, I don't have a layer group on this thing. So this is set to control the child size, but I mean, you can't do that if I don't put a layer group on you, right? Or element, rather. And this is the image that contains all of those, which has a layout element on it. Up. This does not need one, I don't think. Let me just make sure that the other one actually works. Kinda. It's just being it is being constrained to the box, but the height is adjusted. Then again, not exactly flawless though. And that's because they're bound to the height of this. Ah, it's because there was no vertical fit. So now that I've done that, and if I were to scale the text, now it just vertically fits with the text. Okay, that's exactly what I wanted. Because the scroll or the slider is always going to be the same size, but if I have like multiple lines of text here, it would be nice so that it automatically adjusts and then keeps that number in the top left. Now, still need to make that number kind of scale properly. So this does not need a layout element whatsoever. It could be because of how the content size fitter works, and that's why they don't want you to use it this way. Let me just make sure. Let's see. Let's try and put a box I can actually see the color. This is the problem right now, right? That box does not scale with the number. So why is that? Why are you no longer scaling? Missing. Yeah, it's because it also would need a content size fitter. Okay. Alright. So what does it say? Parent is a type of layer group component. That would be this up here. But if I just sort of remove that, then it doesn't center the whole thing properly. So far, so good. Right, so it's this setting up here that controls the position of these. But we could make it like a list like this and then have the setting. The formatting of this is kind of fucked though. But if I can't use the content size fitter here, a child of a layer group should not have a content size fitter component since it should be driven by the layout group. Well, it doesn't seem like I can do it this way. Is it just because I need to set it in the very outermost layer, I wonder? Because this currently looks fine, but I mean, we haven't... Yeah, it doesn't work now. And I want it to scale based on the contents text, but there's no like... there's no like layout thing I can use as far as I know. Because these layout groups only really work if you set up like UI elements and tell them to be a minimum size. I don't think it works for the text, unfortunately. Hmm. What to do, what to do. Let's just give it some image so I can see what I'm actually working with here. So let's take it from the top. So we've got our 6 settings title here. This one fills out automatically if I put in new text, just like I want it to. If I put in a new line, it doesn't. Only horizontally. So why is that? Why does it only do it horizontally? Control child size, width, and height. Yeah. But it only does it on the width. Eh? That's weird. How is it able to do it on the width but not the height? What am I missing here? Is it because it's set to... Nope. What if I disable wrapping? Content size fitter would resolve the issue for this particular element though. But the thing is, if I remember correctly, it doesn't do nested stuff. So it will like handle the settings title up here, but then we have an image with a horizontal layout group which contains more things, and that's where it goes wrong, I think. So if we take the settings container, we tell it to control the width and height of the children. So I guess that means that this would have to do the same for this to work. But then we're back in that other problem though, where these don't have the sizes I want them to. Oh, I think I managed to make it work, I guess. If I set this to 320, then it's always going to be a width of 320 in there. But then the title... I mean, this is exactly what I wanted though, wasn't it? Yeah. So choose a decent font size, like, I don't know, 30 in this case. So that if it's got like a longer title, it just becomes multiple lines. Okay, that works. And the sliders should stay the same because it's got a preferred height of 50, so it's always going to be 50. Actually, let's put that as a minimum height. And then the width is just the width of the box that it's in. Right. So far so good. Then there's just this thing over here, which right now scales to the height of this container here. Because this controls the height of these elements, which it needs to, so that if I have more text in here, it scales vertically. And then this box here controls the child's height and width as well. So that if we put in more text, it becomes wider. And if it should become bigger, it does go down, but it has like a minimum height. Oh, it's because flexible was enabled, maybe? See, does it work now? Yep, seems to be the case. So far so good, okay. We're getting somewhere. But yeah, there's so many settings and ways you set up these vertical layer groups and all that that I always forget how it works. And this time was just lucky that it happened to stumble upon a solution, I guess. So now I can put any amount of text in any which way into these boxes, and everything around them should just scale accordingly. But we still need to do one more thing though. I just need to find it first. Give this a green color. So this is the box that contains all the text. So this is basically the or content. So this is the boundaries to where the contents inside this scroll area can be. So we have that 30 pixel padding to the right and left, right? Okay. Then 8 from the top. So this, oddly enough, scale accordingly. Huh. Doesn't really matter much. Let's see, so it says child alignment is upper left. Okay. This one is center, so if I set that to upper left, no, doesn't do anything. So why are they being centered like that if I don't tell them to? Could it be because the pivot? No. Almost like this doesn't do anything right now. What if we just take it very simply? This one. So this is like always going to be centered, yeah. And this is the green box. Okay. It moved it, but it moved it to the right. This has a vertical layer group, but no layout element itself. Playing the demo? Oh, has it been a while since you played it? I did update it a couple months ago with just some bug fixes. Found a small bug. Oh. Did you now? What did you find? This must be level 2. If you order something and cancel the order, you get your stuff back, but the order is finished as well. Okay. So when you click the minus button, it also gives you the ingots? Or is it just because you're timing it right? Okay, I'll have to look at that, I guess. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a bit of a problem. That's a bit of a problem. How would I do this? In a proper way. So this is like a container that scales according to the contents. That means if I put more things in it, it adjusts accordingly. So it doesn't. Well, that's weird. Doesn't seem to scale unanimously either. Why is it set to -10 here? Yeah. Oh, it's because the scroll rect over there. So if it is 0, then that is the center, but because the scroll rect takes over, like, can't remember how many pixels it is. I have to offset it by those -10. So it gets pushed to the left. If I have a padding of 0 in here, then it just takes the whole thing and just puts it in the middle. Let's see. Yeah, so if I want it to work the way I want it to work, then I need to adjust it to this corner up here. There we go, so move it 4 pixels in. And then it looks a little bit weird to have like 8 pixels of padding in the top, but only, and then an entire 30 in this side there. So if I set that to 8, it should be good. Let's see what that looks like. There we go. Yeah, so let's add like just how many pixels? 8 maybe between those. 8 or 6. 6 seems to be a fine number. And then, was it this one? Do the same. So there's like 6 pixels between this group of UI elements and this number that's going to be over here. So that's also between those two respectively. What's the distance between? Actually, what's the distance between these on the outermost level? That's 8. So if I put 8 here, then it's like 8 pixels between the title and the contents, and then the next title and the next contents. That's a little bit not what I want. God damn it. Or rather, yeah. Because then then I can't have like a certain amount of spacing between all the UI elements. Oh, damn, that means I need to add another layer to these so that I have the title be part of this block of UI. So that when I put a spacing into this outermost layer, the whole block has like a spacing in between, but is then otherwise self-contained. Okay, so for that to work, we will need a an image somewhere with a I think we just need one of those, but without the text. And let's put a none in the image. So what if we just take these and then chuck it in there? Is it gonna work? So now we have all that stuff in this thing here. Let's see if it all still works as intended. Seems like it. And now, let's just make the experiment. So if I add another container down there, this would be like the entire setting, right? So the title of the setting. Oh no, actually, I'm a doofus. Actually, no, this is fine. This is probably fine. Because then we would say so we could do depth of field. Yeah. Just change this back to what it was. We can do depth of field, that title, and then we can just say call this focus distance, for instance. So that if I want to, I can add another one of these elements. So these would be all the settings for depth of field in here. That will work. And then let's take this element, but chuck it outside. And then we can say like post. Processing. Actually, that would have to be inside as well. God damn it. The wrong thing. Something like that. And for now, let's just give it another border design. Where are you? Just so I can differentiate them. So we have the the category, like the type of super category, and then the subcategory, and then the setting for that subcategory. Something along the lines of that, maybe. We can have like a different fonts and stuff in the long run. Mm-hmm. Man, remembering the how this hierarchy is structured is difficult. Probably going to be a bit easier once I get the names of these correct. Locked in place. Yeah. I think this is something I would be happy with. The only thing I need to decide eventually is if I want this element to scale dynamically based on how wide, like how many decimals there are in the number. Because have it scale up and down might be a bit much. So making that like a fixed size maybe might be a good idea. Alright, so yes, this is the whole thing. Having like 20 pixels between each individual setting category for now. And it does look a little bit weird that I'm not utilizing the entire space here. But I could move it inwards a little bit to those 30 pixels I had before, just so it's a little bit away from that border there. But I think it's okay if I have empty space over here, because that's just like workable room. And if I ever decide to, I can always like make this menu narrower if it looks really weird in the long run when the whole thing is finished. But right now I think this is kind of where I want it to be. So this would be setting category, because that's like the outermost level. Then this would be setting category title. And this would be the setting title, depth of field. Setting container. Yeah, it's a little bit weird because this is also a setting container. What's it called? Setting left, I guess. And this would be the setting name. Setting name, setting title. A bit confusing. Because this is the actual title of the actual setting, whereas this depth of field is the setting for like, or the title of the effect that you're adjusting. So a similar title would be anti-aliasing. And then that has sub settings. So it could be like anti-aliasing method, for instance, instead of focus distance. And then it would be anti-aliasing as the title, which is also a post-processing effect. Another one would be bloom, right? So with bloom, you have bloom instead of depth of field. You would have intensity instead of focus distance as a setting for bloom within post-processing, within graphics. Oh my goodness. And the thing is, I don't even yet know exactly which settings I want to have in this menu yet, which is why I'm making it as generalized as humanly possible, so that I can just like strip away the parts that I don't end up needing instead of having to suddenly redesign the whole thing because there's something I didn't think about. And then if it's not a slider, I can put a button down here, or even to the right of it, possibly. And then it's the toggle. And if it's a drop-down menu, then it would be like title of anti-aliasing method again, and then drop down, and then the name of the actual selected method. Yeah, that seems to pretty much cover all the three cases that I have, because those were the only things I could see when I investigated it yesterday, the cases I need. Because it's a slider for float numbers, a drop-down menu for everything that doesn't get covered by the others, if it's like a very specific type, and then there's a toggle because some of the settings are literally just on-off bools, so that should cover all of that. But then what do we call this one? Because it is the name of the setting, but it's actually, oh, it's the what if we call it the variable title? This is the title of the variable that we are wanting to change. And then this can just be called slider because that's exactly what it is. And it has all these subcomponents that have decent naming. And then the last one here is the variable number. And then this would be the variable number BG by that logic. So this is a bit of a monstrosity of a hierarchy, but I don't think this, you can't really do it any simplified way other than this. What I can do though is I can make a prefab of this once I'm done. And then use this as like that prefab as a template example of how it's supposed to be filled out. Just so I don't forget how it's supposed to be formatted and all that. And of course, I mean, you can also access, like if you need to change a specific thing on the UI, you can technically also go into the scene view, right? And then access them through here by just clicking multiple times. Because then it clicks through all the layers. But there's like so many layers here that might not even be like feasible to do. But then once you've selected that setting, then you can find it over here. It's like, oh, okay, it's variable title. And then it's like the text, right? Change it to what you need and then move on. And again, I mean, it's a settings menu, so it's not like this is stuff that I preferably do change more than once. Anyway, so with that out and done, I should be able to just disable the image components. Now, I'm not intending on removing them, because I did color code them so that if I ever need to do debugging on this, I can re-enable those images and then figure out, okay, where does the boundaries of this go? How is it formatted? But for now, this should just work. Of course, that number I still need to fix, but we can take a look at that next. Back to coding instead of just tinkering with UI. Question is if I want like a larger thing up here, like a bit more room. Yeah, this is one I need to change. It only shows like the last 2 decimal numbers. But I don't think it's going to be a problem for this to scale dynamically. If I intend on using that a similar element as the background at least. Oh, I should probably do this. Oh no. There we go. Everything is so blurry. It looks a little bit weird with the main menu button floating up there when I disable the background, not gonna lie. Is there like some way I can get around that? I could put it into this box and then have that button be part of that, I guess. The alternative solution would be to put like a black element around this that you just don't disable when you're in game. Get those renamed as well. I do think I just want to have like a separate UI. So we made one for graphics now, and then make another one for audio, and make one for what else there might be, like input settings or whatever. But for now, this is all we have. So hey Bacon. The obligatory, how are you? How are you? I'm doing fine today, thank you very much. Waking up, are we? Heading to work, I suppose. At least that's Seems to be the pattern that I'm recognizing now. I'm working a bit on UI today. Figuring out like a best approach for me to get this all working. Coffee, then heading to work. Yep, super predictable. Tomorrow I'll be playing some RimWorld is the plan, by the way. So if you want to, consider dropping by. Unless you also have plans on streaming tomorrow. Depends on how it all works out. Yay! Yay, indeed. Because I couldn't play any games last week because it's like I wasn't home. I kind of got to make up for it this weekend. I also figured out how I want to do pawn purchasing. Because, just to quickly cover that, I guess, I do want to allow people to like buy new pawns into the colony, but I wanted to have like a solution so that it doesn't get overpopulated, so that people are more motivated maybe to take over a pawn that already exists. And I think I want to do it with the loyalty point system that you have with stream elements, and then just make like a redeem, because and then make it like not super expensive, but you know, priced accordingly, because it is like a bit extra work, so to speak. You probably also know about this, but you know, it's a bit more work if you have to customize a specific pawn to be a specific race and a few other things. So I figured, okay, well, if we're adding a particular personalized pawn to the colony anyway, then why not make it a bit more extra and then just make it a points-based redeem? So that means if people are impatient, for instance, and they really want their pawn added to the colony, and they don't want to wait to getting the points, I mean, Stream Elements has it set up so that you get points if you tip, for instance. So that way it could technically be the equivalent of having a bits like related redeem or something like that, but for pawn buying. It's a pain, but you think my idea would work? I think so too. Also because I'm using the character editor mod for RimWorld now, and that also means that when I'm customizing it and spending a little bit more time on it, I can also save people's customized pawns for another run, so that, you know, it's a bit easier to do ongoing as well. And then my plan is that for the pawns that are not purchased this way, if you will, or added this way, they are gonna be like open mic kind of like pawns, meaning that if you're not here on the next time I play RimWorld, the pawn that you had last time might be taken over temporarily by someone else. So they become like a community pawn where people can like take control over them, in the sense that they can adjust their stats and all that to their liking, but you know, and personalize them for the time that they're participating in chat and such, but they don't persist in the same way as a bot pawn. Sounds cool? I think so too. It's just like an idea that came to me because I've been thinking on how to resolve this issue for a little while now. In the past, I was thinking, okay, with ideology, you could also say, oh, if we just set like an 8 pawn limit for the colony, and then if a 9th person wants to join, the very first thing you do is you force them to fight each other in a ritual, which with ideology you can do, right? And then make it like a ritual fight to the death or something, and then the winner becomes the one that stays in the colony, which would have worked out because my colony was like, death is revered, so dying actually gives everyone mood buffs, and they don't mind dead bodies and stuff. Unfortunately, it turned out that you needed to have particular memes and such in order to do those rituals, but yeah. Trying to get dressed, you'll be back. All right. Well, talk to you again later, Bacon. Talk to you again later. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking into to trying tomorrow. It's gonna be a new colony though. I already did a sneak start yesterday because there were some things that on the previous run that I had started I wasn't too happy with. That was like one of the factions that just added some stuff that was way beyond powerful for vanilla standards, and their items were too cheap in comparison, so they were appearing all over. But that's a completely different thing. Now, how do I want to do this? So this graphics thing here is also the menu around everything. Okay. Duplicate that. Delete its contents. And this should not have a vertical layout group. Change the child to have a noticeably different color. There we go. So if I disable the image component now, it should be on top of this. However, options options container maybe. Not to be confused with settings container. Yes. So let's just temporarily enable this. So what happens if I scale the height of this? Graphics in there sort of moves with it, but not really. Right, so if I put a vertical layout group in there and just force expand the child, I need to control the size and width of it though. But if I do that, then the options container will control the size of the graphics thing in here. So that means if we now scale this in height, it just rescales the actual container, right? So that also means I can move this up now. And that also means that we can take this return the main menu button in there. Can't quite do it that way, can I then? I need to do some mumbo jumbo. Right, because now this is like force expanding the main menu button and the container in which all the other things are in. Right. Well, that probably just means I need to put it all in another hierarchy. Now we need to put the return to main menu and the graphics in there, I think. And this would also need to have a vertical layout group. There we go. And now yeah, this is what I want. I don't want to force expand those. And this button here. No, I need to set it in here, upper center. So everything is centered on that. And then we want to put some padding on this. No left-right padding, but just vertically. Because then what I can do is that I can have multiple menus in here and then just enable the ones that are relevant. And we could put tabs either as like separate elements on the top. No, it would have to be underneath the main menu. So they could be like in here, like buttons. Like a horizontal layout group with multiple buttons. Yeah. That would be a horizontal layout group. Let's just try and put on some things here. Graphics. And sound. Of course, this is going to look terrible for a while. And e-mines. So don't force expand these suckers, but make them control the height and width. Can I set these simultaneously? Yes, I can. Cool. Just use this for now, I suppose. Doesn't look that nice, but it's a thing. It becomes a bit unclear which is buttons and which is background elements. Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's just do like this for now. Just keep it a bit simple. Gray on gray on gray. Makes it look a little bit less chaotic, I guess. Graphics. Button. Sound. Button. Keybinds. Button. Graphics. Button text. Sound. Button text. And keybinds. Button text. Just as important as documenting your code, all this shit. Otherwise you just end up getting lost in your own things. These suckers have a bird width and such. Whoa, okay. So, how about 100 and, yeah, it's a bit too small. 170 for now? Which options? Bar, buttons, bar. So right now they all just return you to the main menu. Because that's how they're set up. sound and keymines. Sound title, sound settings. Maybe I should get like one of those things where you can see all my key inputs as well on screen somewhere. Because I do use a lot of shortcuts after all. It'd be a bit hard to tell what I'm actually doing, I guess. That's something I could probably look into. So here's the graphics button. So that should enable the graphics and disable keymines and sounds. And then sounds should enable sounds, but disable graphics and keymines. And then of course keymines should enable keymines and disable graphics and sound. And it should also be set up in a way so that if nothing is enabled, there's just no options menu in there. So I could technically also just have these things disabled by default. Let's see how this works out. It just works. I might want to change this hover over sound to be less sharp. Because it can be a little bit ear piercing, I feel. Or just like lower the volume, period. So let me just try something here. Yeah, so the scroll bar works, but you can't push around on here and scroll that way. So this is kind of what it would look like if you had different settings. Why does that scale like that? I think I know why. It's because the rest of these elements scale according to every single one of them. That's not good. That is not good. That's something I didn't think about. Why is that? Must be due to the size fitter. Is my guess. Hmm. So where's that size fitter again? It's out where? So it's in the settings container, and the settings container is which one? This whole thing. And the settings category is this thing. So maybe I just need to move the content size fitter to that. If we can. Doesn't complain. Then it complains. Let's just see what happens then. Because they shouldn't rescale according to each other. That's obviously no go. Now doing this kind of fucks it all up, huh? Yep, that definitely doesn't work. Nope. Shouldn't be out there. Hmm. Control child size. Yeah, so if I don't have that on, then it scales a little bit in reverse. The question is that because this has like a no, this doesn't have a fixed width, does it? No, because that gets scaled according to the one outside. the settings container. Hmm. If I set it to unconstrained, then it resizes the content size, fitter, but then it's like always expanding it. If I use minimum size, everything gets like scaled down to the minimum size, like forcibly so. Hmm. Hmm. So that's a bit of a weird one. So I have a vertical layout group, which has vertically the post-processing, depth of field, etc., and then a subgroup in there, which is then a horizontal layout group, which is this one. And each and every one of those layout groups has it set so that they control the size of the children, right? So that if they become wider and such, they adjust. And on the very most outer element of this, I have this vertical layout group. So is it because I need to put the content size fitter one step further out still? Let's just try and see what happens if I put it out there. Yeah, parent has a type of layout group component. So that would be a problem. It's might just be because, okay, it's just because I've selected the wrong thing, is it? So what if I say content size fitter on here? Will he complain? Yes, because this is also in one. And this out here is the whole shebang. If I remove this, like nothing shows. So this is the background, and this is actually the options container. But the options BG also has to have a vertical layout group so that it scales, or the contents of it scales the, so if you scale the outer level, it scales the contents of it, because you force expand everything inside that contents. So what if I put them out here? Will it work the same way? No, it does not. In fact, it works in an even worse way. Okay. I'm just trying to add this in different levels of this. Now we're back to graphics settings. Hmm. So if I put it on the settings category itself and have a preferred size there, it might do the thing, right? Then it just scales all the contents within that block. Does do it uncontrollably though, but there's a reason for why that is, right? And that's because this is no longer being adjusted according to this layout group here, which it tells you not to do. The thing is, this actually doesn't seem to do anything right now. Huh. Okay. That's because it's scaling from the center. So what if I change this to... Then it does the thing. Okay. It needs to have its vertical position adjusted according to what I need it to be. That's where the vertical layer group comes into play, right? Because I want it to be displayed as a list of items, but then the contents of that item needs to be adjusted according to the things that are inside of it. Which is normally what the layout group is supposed to do. But that's why you don't force expand it and all that stuff, I guess. Let's just see if I can make it work this way. Because now all the numbers and everything else in here should just scale accordingly. Up. Yeah, but this is the problem that I can even see right now. So as I'm adjusting these settings, it kind of does its own thing until like something else updates it. And I think it's because the way that the content size fitter component works is conflicting with the vertical layout group. So it's like expanding the size of the thing, but then it's like not updating the vertical layout group position, or however you want to put it. So though this works, it does cause some visual artifacts, if you will. Then if I also tell this vertical layer group here to control the width and height of them, then it's dependent on the content size fitter, right? But then it's happening unanimously across all objects in the vertical layout group. So they're all being, if you will, content fit in relation to each other, which I don't want. So I want their contents to be fitted to whatever bounds they have, but only in respect to their own contents, not every other item in the list. The question is, can I just disable the width child width control somewhere specifically? The settings container is the one that adjusts these according to each other. So what if that does not adjust the width? What does... Yeah, so then they they just stay the same size. So that's not good. This definitely needs to control the width so it scales left to right. What if I change this one? Does that make any difference? Yes. And that's because we have a text field representing the number, which is in like parented to a background image. So if we want this background image to scale according to the text needs to control the size, or rather, yeah, the text needs to control the child size of its parent, hence control child size is a little bit back and forth, right? So the background image controls the size of the visual boundaries of the number, but then itself also needs to be adjusted by the outer lying element, which is the container here, right? It's like every previous layout group has to tell the next part that they can scale accordingly. Otherwise, like for instance in this case now, it scales like the leftmost part as well, right? Because it's not allowed to adjust the width of these elements. This is being set to child force expand to its preferred width, right? No. Okay, so what do we have in here? We have a variable title, which has, again, the same sort of logics in there. So the text is scaling that box, but does that even need to be a thing? At least not width-wise. Height-wise, probably. Yeah. So it's like locked in how wide it can be, which is what I definitely need it to do. And then the slider has a minimum height of 50, but no minimum width. What about the title? The title has no minimum width either. So what if we add a layout element to this and say like a minimum or preferred width? Because right now it's 320. Then we change the slider's preferred width 320 as well. So now they're like individually set to be a size of 320 instead of being scaled according to the make sure I'm saying the right thing. They're being scaled to settings left here. So this technically doesn't even need a preferred width. I don't even know if it needs the layout element. Because now this is no longer a object that is configured. Now we're configuring the individual parts of this. And then the boundaries of that box that they're in should just scale accordingly, I think. We could technically just test this by saying like, oh, we want to, yeah. Now if one element is larger than the other, then the box just follows suit. Okay. Also means if we scale it up and down, it just still follows. So if I want these sliders to be bigger at some point, I can still do that, and all the rest of the UI will follow suit. Okay. Okay. So that means we don't need a layout element on this anymore. I'll just leave it there disabled for now, and then we'll figure out if I need to worry about that. So how does this number behave now? According to itself, right? It looks the same, but what if we duplicate this and change one number to be less? Yes. Okay, that's where the problem was. Okay, that makes sense because we were noticing that this part was the only one that was being scaled according to the number, right? Not the title up here. That was being stay the same. So that's just like, okay, we got it. It's like, there is of course like a clear logic to be followed, but I'm not too savvy on this UI logic that I can just go like, oh yeah, you just do like this, and this. I'm heavily dependent on pre-existing configurations that I've done in the past, at least. Now there is one thing here with the number. So when it's only one decimal, kind of does like that, yeah, where it pushes the number to the middle, if you will. But as soon as there's at least 2 decimals, the background stays the same. I think it's because the background has like a minimum size, maybe? Could that be it? This thing here? Yeah, so this padding here is the padding of the number. If I remove that, then what happens? Okay, yeah, so we definitely need that padding. Just for funsies, not because it really matters. But if we were have 2 lines of numbers, all of a sudden the padding needs to be the same as well. If it's like a square element. Okay. So why is it that this works this way? I think it's because there's a minimum size to this UI element, and this is like it basically. It can't get any smaller than this because it is a sliced image, yeah. So there's a limit on how small it can get. So it's just because this UI element is not made for this small, like to this small scale. So that is just why. So if you wanted to do something about that, you would need to have a different graphic, which would be sliced differently, or just be like smaller resolution, probably. That is the problem here. But that's like this pixels per unit thing, yeah? Isn't it? I can never remember. Because if we go in here at least, this is a slice version of this, right? So when you scale it at the very least, it's like you know, only the parts of this sprite that are outside the boundaries of this square here. So that fits with those 4 corners, which is why it looks like a circle-ish. Hey there, Blukey. How you doing? I'm scratching my head at getting this UI to work. Just got home. Oh, what you've been up to? Why is this called setting category 1? It's coming along. It's coming along. There's a lot of back and forth. Work stuff. Okay. I see. But yeah, it's coming along. Activating. Yes. Job. Searching activity, or however you want to pronounce. Or translate it, not pronounce. It's like trying to explain the Danish welfare system to people outside of Denmark is so difficult. I remember once I said like, oh yeah, I mentioned social benefits. You know, the money that the government gives you, right? I call that social benefits, and they were like, what social benefits? You know, it's like what the local government gives you so that you can actually survive. And then the same activering, as you're saying, like, okay, activation, like job activation. They've got similar things in other countries too, right? Like France, for instance, has a very similar system, I've been told. I think, and Australia and a bunch of other places too. It's very common, right? In a welfare system anyway. So like they can relate, but they obviously call it something different in their language. Let's see, settings category. Yeah, so if we do this now, it should work. If I have a larger number on one of them, it stays the same for the rest. It does scale that UI element and it looks a bit weird, but that's just because it's not made for this. Disability check Americans get is the closest thing to what we get. Right, but don't we also get like, I mean, our welfare system is like, on that front, is split up into multiple boxes, right? Because here you also get like a separate pool of money if you have a chronic disease like asthma and such, right? If I remember correctly. I don't remember if asthma goes in under it. I think it does, right? Or does it have to be more severe? I've got a friend that's got like diagnosed anxiety, like social anxiety, or however you want to put it. He has a hard time being around a lot of other people, to the point that, you know, it's diagnosed and he can technically get medication to deal with it, and he gets like an additional pool of money to be able to pay for that, you know, the running costs of that kind of medicine. Not that he necessarily uses it on that. It's a completely different story, you know. The 30 spacing from the top left, but not the actually, yeah, the bottom as well. Not like rightmost padding does anything, it just makes it so that it stays within here, I think. Let's just check that hypothesis. Nah, it doesn't. It does not. That's probably because the number can go out of bounds. So it doesn't adhere to the same rules. Yeah, rightmost padding does nothing. Literally nothing. Not that it needs to. But yeah, you want to see this setting in action? I don't know if you were here, like who was here when I got that working yesterday. Of course, it's a bit more functionality in here which isn't really utilized, but let's get in there. Because I can go to my options menu. I can adjust my depth of field focus distance twice if I wanted to. And I can switch to the other tabs. Of course, these elements in here, they're like, these elements in here, they're kind of like not the same. But if we go in game, and let's just put ourselves up on a ledge or something, and I open my options menu, you'll notice that I can see the background. So now if I adjust the settings, you can actually get a feel for what the settings do. Right now, this is like the most convenient way I can see this working. Welcome back, Bacon. Hello, hello. But yeah, this is the most feasible way I can see this working. Sounds, of course, you can hear in the main menu for some of the things like UI and such, you'll be able to. But I wanted, for the visual at least, be able to show people something that they can then adjust the camera towards. But the thing is, until you press new game, there's no level to be seen, right? So yeah, this should work. At least now that you can, as a minimum, set it so that if it's super blurry by default, because it's like set to 1.2 or something, I think it is. Then at least if I were to update the game, you could at least adjust this setting now. So yeah, that works. Nice and well. So return to main menu button is there. Interesting. that is interesting. I also think I know why this happens this way. That's probably to do with somewhere in here there's that content size fitter, right? No, that's not even it. It might be this then. Yeah, it's because this has like a minimum height. So instead of having a preferred height, it's like minimum. If I set that to preferred instead, now it just like squeezes that scroll menu. That's a bit cleaner. Make sure that if I set the minimum size of the size for the buttons to be minimum size instead of preferred. Then those will always have the same, well, size. And then this sucker here, the graphics title. Does that get squished? Yeah, it gets pushed down. Not like I think this is going to be necessary because this is not a dynamic UI, but I think it's good practice to do it anyway. So this actually doesn't have a layout element. Do I want to do it the hard way or the easy way? Because the easy way is to just hard code in like a minimum height. I don't really need a minimum width either, actually. Doesn't matter. Now it'll always have this space for it. Did it center right? Yeah. But the problem of doing it this way is that it doesn't depend on the font size. So if I change the font to something... Okay, it does scale the bottom a little bit, but not the top part. So alternatively, we could add... Do it the hard way. So we say graphics title container. The graphics title in there. Then we put the layout element on this sucker. And then we also need a vertical layout group or something to the tune of that. Wasn't this how it works? But this still needs the layout element, doesn't it? Oh damn, I can't even remember. This is what I'm saying, like I keep forgetting how to do things. So it should be a hierarchy that has a vertical layout group with some settings to it, right? And then the object itself needs a layout element. Yeah. So that's the same. However, oh right, that's why. Because it's being governed by the graphics group, which is getting squished according to the other elements. Okay, that means I have to hard code it. Or define like a minimum height and stuff. Unfortunately. Let's see here. Yeah, that's a bit annoying. And the reason why this is happening is because we have all these buttons up here that have like a They've got like a minimum size, right? Minimum height and width. And they're pushing everything else down, so... well... I think this is fine. There's no other way. That also means that I don't have a reason to have it in a layout group, do I? Could, for funsies, just add an image component to this. Oh, okay, I can't because... Fair enough. You're not allowed to. When you have a Text Mesh Pro component. Okay. Let's do it the opposite way then. If I do you, then we just change the transparency of this. Gives me an idea of where the graphics are going to. Or the title. That scales with the text now automatically. Cool. Just so I can see what the heck I'm doing. So why is there like such a large gap between those buttons and the next thing? That seems a bit weird. Oh. No, that's not why. Have to be this, right? If I set this to 0. No padding on the top. Padding on the bottom, does that do anything? Yes, so we need padding on the bottom still, because that's the padding to the bottom of the box that it's all in. But because there's like a group of UI elements on top of this graphics here, which are governed by a spacing. Not that one, the one further up. So it's like the spacing between main menu button, the category selection, the title for the category, and then the box. No, the category with the box, because they're all one unit. Yeah. So if I want like a 10 pixel gap in between graphics and the previous buttons, instead of putting it in the as a top padding, I'd add it as a spacing on the other outer limit or outer object. So now we can add. See, that's a bit interesting. So if I set the top padding to be 10, that was like the same padding as in the bottom, right? And this is the main menu square, so this has the preferred height. So if I change this, it goes all the way to the, or it doesn't go beyond the limits. Also, this must be looking really weird. I've noticed this sometimes when, because in Unity you can select a field and then just drag your mouse from side to side to scale the number. And then if you go beyond the bounds of the screen, it just appears on the left side. But I think sometimes it just dips onto the next monitor and really quickly switches. Well, obviously I don't see that, but let me know if that's a thing. because I can actually do something about that. Anyways, so the thing that is a bit weird to me is why is there such a big gap in the bottom? What am I missing? There must be something I'm missing. Ah, it's that one. This, right. Because I have a padding set twice. On this one, right? If I remove this 10 pixel padding on the bottom of this element in the graphics, it goes all the way to the edge, and then if we go out all the way out here and we want a 10 pixel padding at the top and bottom, we add it here instead. So like that, because I wanted it to be a bit like be able to change it all in one place. Cool. Okay, so far so good. Now there's only this thing here. Where I would like it to be always scaled to max. And I think that's what this flexible height is. So now I'm telling this box that no matter what, it's always going to expand vertically. But only this box. So let's just test that theory. If I add more spacing up here, it just moves the entire box further down and up. And then it's just dependent on the relation between the spacing and the padding. And it's all fine and dandy. Now I just got to go in here and remove that component. I don't need that anymore. Cool, okay, we're getting somewhere. Obviously, if I add more of these, they're just going to be stacked on top of each other and then scaled in relation to each other. But as soon as any of these get disabled, that's how we're changing the contents of this menu. Of course, those references are now gone because I deleted the things. I should really make a prefab out of this before I move on. Because that way, if I ever need to change the setup of this, even though I think we're pretty much there now, then it'll change it all at once. The question is, where the heck are my prefabs folder? Here somewhere. Do I have a UI? I do. But that's not where I actually need to put things. My prefabs folder is a little bit messy and disorganized. Because this folder, the idle game folder, is where all the prefabs, and it's not really that, like, the primary prefabs that are super generic are located. So there's a little bit of everything in here. At some point I really need to organize this. Let's get this. Make this a prefab. All this. Da, da, da. Options menu, maybe? No. What are we calling these? Options configuration menu. Because the thing is, if I name this something else and it's not in the name of this prefab here, I might forget what it's for. Because there's no reference from this prefab to where it's being used. It's only from where it's being used back to where the original prefab is located. However, if I duplicate this now, they're both instances of that prefab. Now I can change this to sound and keybinds. Keybinds, goddammit. Set up the references to those in here. And the graphics button has no... Oh, right. Right. Oops. Might have fucked up the other buttons. This one needs to enable the sounds and then disable graphics, yeah, and keybinds. This needs to enable the keybinds, not disable it. And then disable the sound. That's what it was. And now it should just work. That's a bit weird. Why does the scroll bar move on these? Excuse me? Like the scroll bar direction conflicts with navigation. Not all navigation options may work. This also says bottom to top and its navigation is vertical. So... yeah, why is it so far down for some reason? That would be the handle's position, but why is that one so off on that one? Let's just open this one. So here it's like negative 10, 10, 10, 10. And here it's negative 10, 24. Negative 10. So for some reason this isn't right. Huh, okay. Why the heck are these changed? What could be the cause of that? Hmm. It's not completely on point either. The fuck? What's going on here? Why is it misbehaving like this? Because this handles configuration should be dependent on the contents of this, right? Or should it? Or should it? Hmm. What does it say? Children of a prefab instance cannot be deleted or moved. Components cannot be reordered. You can open the prefab in prefab mode to restructure the prefab asset itself or unpack the prefab instance to remove a prefab connection. Okay. That probably means that we need to add another prefab in here. Right. A little bit scared to mess with this right now. Not gonna lie, I don't want to accidentally delete something I don't want to. Yeah, I kind of expected that. So if I were to remove this down here from the prefab, it's gone in the scene as well. Because it's become part of the prefab. How do I do this again? Okay. Why does that look so weird? Oh, because its scale is all fucked. There we go. And I should be able to make a prefab of you now, right? Yes. So if we open this and delete that one and go back to the scene, so now we have a prefab that's instantiated inside a prefab, and we can add multiple of these, right? If I drag you, do you still look right? Yes, you do. Good. Okay, this is what we want. Because I want to, or I need to be able to change the contents of this, obviously, because that's just how it works. Cool, okay, crisis averted on that part, but there's still the question about the sliding area. Sound. And when that's called keybinds. Like right now we're pretty much just bug testing this. Let's have one with 4 categories in there. Sound. Enable. Keybinds. enable you. Graphics and sound disable. Disable those. And I need to take a quick toilet break. Then we'll test out to see if this actually works. All right. So, let's see if this works. Not quite. What the fuck? Where do the copies of this have their scroll bar all messed up? That's so weird. But it's only the handle that gets messed up for some reason. Why does it? I was told to stretch horizontally. Then where does its settings get set? I also don't understand why it says the selected scroll bar direction conflicts with navigation. Scroll area, and might be... No, that's the asset. Never mind. Okay, so where is actually the scroll area? Maybe that's what I should find. Because I mean, it scrolls the thing up and down, right? And it's inside this rectangle. It moves up and down. Rect mask to D image canvas render. Oh, there's the scroll rect. I mean, this is set to vertical as well, so how does that not work? Ability permanence. Scroll bar is just a reference to the object. It is set to vertical scroll bar. Is now I've added an image component in this, I can actually move it as well by just scrolling in here. Still doesn't explain why the scroll bar is like so weird off to the side. Like, just why? And just as confusing, why does it say that the selected scroll bar direction conflicts with navigation? Not all navigation options may work. Scroll bar direction is set bottom to top. Oh right, it has to be top to bottom. I'm pretty sure the size gets, yeah, that gets adjusted dynamically. Yeah, see, this is the problem with right. If I want that scroll rec to work, it has to be there? Oh god. Oh no. Let's try and see if we can fix this, shall we? So. Right, because it's a prefab now. God damn it. It's a prefab now. Oh right, it's this prefab. I was like, what? Oh. Children of a prefab instance cannot be deleted or moved, and components cannot be reordered. But this... Oh, that is so stupid. Oh no, okay. That's why it broke in game, I think. Okay. I think I just need to access it the right place. The graphics settings. So what if I reorder these? Will it still work? Also, I need to add an image component and make it transparent. Yeah, so now it means that in this white area, you'd be able to scroll like I did before. I wonder if I can just do like a raycast. Graphics raycaster. Physics 2D raycaster. Physics raycaster. This is like... Well, it also adds a canvas component to it. Okay, that's something I might have to look up at some point. The cold transparent mesh, I think that means that it doesn't actually render the image part if it's close to 0. By the sounds of it, at least. Let's just see if it actually works, this so far. Because I was wondering if it would inherently pull these image components if their transparency was 0. Doesn't sound like it. That's like something I actually have to do myself. Also... Yes. That works. Still looks like super weird. The annoying part though is that the only thing I want to be able to, like, you can't drag on these UI elements to pull it up and down because they're blocking the raycast. So maybe I can just tell them not to do that. And then only do it for the actual handlebar. Oh. Not sure why that scroll bar is still acting up, but we'll get to it. I'm sure of it. Open you up again. Now this is actually a little bit annoying because you don't see a preview of these components because they're UI elements. Still don't understand why it says the selected scroll bar direction conflicts with navigation. Doesn't seem that way to me. This says, oh yeah, it was the top to bottom thing. Let's try and change that. It still complains. I wonder where it shows this thing. Oh right, that's also why I can't see the I forget, it's because I was in the game view. What am I talking about? I'm an idiot. But the preview doesn't really work because it's dependent on other elements to render properly, so this is kind of useless. I wonder if that's because that's the reason why the scroll bar itself is acting weird. I mean, this is 0 and then 20. But in here I know that it has to be something else. It has to be -10. This is like an override in here. So what gives? Also, it has to be bottom to top. I just realized that. Because otherwise it starts in the bottom and then, yeah. Or does it? No, it does not. This is probably just because I borrowed this from some other UI somewhere else. No, this looks right. Well, if we just ignore the fact that the bar is completely off. But why does it do that? Values in here seem about right at the moment. But it doesn't... No, wait, it has to be bottom to top. It has to be bottom to top. Everything automatic. If I set it to automatic, it doesn't complain, but why is that, I wonder? Horizontal and vertical. Beats me. Yeah, it still goes way out of bounds. Wonder why that is. So the sliding area is currently just rescaling itself according to what exactly? Okay, so the scroll bar is 20 wide. And then it's set to scale from top to bottom to the menu that it's in. If it is in the center. That should mean that this handle here It'd only be like 10 units wide. Wonder if I can just set like a pixel offset here if it knows how to work with that. Is it probably because script is setting this? It's because this scroll bar is being set by script. Looks right now though. Why is that? What did I do? Well, for one, the values on the sliding area are 0. That's one thing. Oh, because those are the margins. Because it's set to stretch, but then if I set these, I guess it gets confused. Yeah, that makes kind of sense because this sliding area should just fit the scroll bar, not have values that are dependent. Okay, well, let's try and set that to just 0 for the time being. I'm trying to remember where I even grabbed that from. No, it still does it. Yeah, so yeah, just readjust the sliding area. But it's like it's living its own life for some reason. Oh, that's what it means by its okay. I think I understand the the warning that it was giving me. It's because the scroll rect here is opposite of the scroll bar. That's annoying. So you push it away from you and then that pulls it down, but then the direction for the actual bar is inversed. I wonder where you set that. Handle rect top, bottom to top. Yeah. There's no setting on the scroll rack to inverse it. Content. That's the things that it moves. That's a little bit counterintuitive. Because it's weird that you push in here, but then you drag it in the direction you want the I mean, for the bod makes sense. You want to move it to where it needs to go. But then all of a sudden you're pushing things. So, that's so weird. Still, why is the scroll bar not behaving? What are you doing, scroll bar? It's like 0.3 is also the bottom of the where the scroll bar itself is. So why is that? What happens if I add more objects in here? Does it go like even further down? No, it doesn't. It just... No, yeah, it does. It goes into negative. What the fuck? Now it doesn't just go down to like, you know... Why does it go into the negatives? Because 1 should be the top, and then 0 should be the bottom, right? Which it kind of also is. So if I were to set this to 0... Okay, I can't do that way. Probably just out of scales. Well, actually, 0 is far beyond 2. Huh. Almost like there's like some weird scaling going on. But why is this happening all of a sudden? See, that's what I want to know. Let's see, the sliding error is what again? Yeah, so that's the area in which it slides, and the scroll bar is then like the outer shell of it. Can we add an image component to this just so I can see what the heck is going on? Oh yeah, it's got a width of 0 as well. Great. So this is what's going on, okay? So this is where we're able to move this up and down from in this area. But why is it off-centered like that? Almost like the handle isn't centered for some reason. Interesting. So it automatically set it to stretch horizontally, huh? So now it scrolls according to the bar with the middle point being the anchor, basically. Okay. Now it scales according to where it's located in, yeah? Obviously now it's like off. So let me just add an image to this. Then just set it to like a pixel width of 1. So I have like a an idea. It's like this, that's like the center point and where it stops. Yeah, so it like stops a good way before. Yeah, this just completely messes it up. I have no idea what's going on with this slider, why it's misbehaving so. Could be because of, could be because of the content size fitter maybe is missing with the graphics of this one. But that shouldn't be the case. It doesn't have a layout group and all that stuff, so why would that be the case? I can already see the problem in here when there's only one option right now. And it's not adjusting properly. I really don't hope that it's the content size fitter, because if that's the case, then that means that solution doesn't work. Where do I set that again? That's like somewhere out here. Can't even remember where that is. Or did I remove it entirely? I think I might have removed it entirely, right? Because there was something, yeah, you couldn't do it with the content size fitter, so I don't even, so that's not even the problem. Huh. Okay. Oh, that is like super annoying. Well, oddly enough, it didn't seem to start becoming a problem until I made it a prefab, right? That is the question now. Is it because it's prefab? Don't see why that would be the case. No. Let's just keep it not as a prefab until I resolve this issue, I suppose. Okay, so what do we have? We have the scroll bar, so that's here. We've got a width, which is the width of the scroll bar itself. Kind of interesting. Then we've got a top and bottom. Yeah, so that's set to 4 because of the anchor points. Yeah, so it's 4 pixels away from the top and from the X position and from the bottom. so that because it's scaled on the right hand side, it just scales outwards to the left. That makes perfect sense. Okay. That means if I set this to 30, then it should retain a width of 30 for the whole thing. Then we've got the sliding area, which is the actual functional part, I think. Yeah, because this has a scroll area graphic to it, which is the background image. So that has nothing to do with where the scroll bar starts and stops, just as it should be. Which means that the sliding area is here. Yeah, okay. And that has a top and bottom offset. So if this is set to negative what now? Negative 24. It's at the top, right? And the reason why that is because it gets offset by 4, I guess. So if it's at 20, it's already being offset by 4 there. And then down here is negative 4. The negative 4 is right below that bar. Okay. But this gets set dynamically according to other UI elements, though. Hmm. Okay, so let's just undo all that, because I just realized that kind of fucked up. So now you're scaling according to that, and then that means if I set it to an offset of 20 there, why do you automatically... It automatically sets an offset of negative 20 in the bottom. Why is that? The weird... So the reason why these numbers keep changing has to be because the script that handles the scroll area changes it to what it should have to be. Okay. And the script is located on the scroll bar, which then has a reference to the handle, which moves on the sliding area. I mean, this looks correct now, but I have a feeling as soon as I start moving this, it's gonna look wrong. I guess we'll only have one way to figure it out. Now it looks right, though. This is exactly what it should look like. Huh. That's weird. Beats me. Now the thing is though, this is currently not a prefab. So this is just one menu that seemingly does work. Options, configuration menu, yes. So sound is now a prefab, right? And in here, which is now an instantiated prefab, let's try and put in that setting in the container, right? Does this work? I'm not going to bother renaming anything if it doesn't work. Now it works. Okay, I have no idea why it was messing up before. But it might have something to do with the fact that right now it's also kind of not working entirely as it should. So when there's only one object, why? Yeah, why does it act so weird? Try and make this to a prefab again, just because I'm like going through the steps repeatedly just to try and get an idea on where it goes wrong. Also, this prefab will not do. This has that other element inside it, which it should not. So let's just remember. Oh, unpack prefab completely. Still looking okay, buddy? Yeah? Yeah. Turn you into a prefab. Add you in here. Enable you. Open up so we can see your container and try and populate you. What happens? Okay. So you just had to like push it around a little bit until it behaves like it should do consistently. I honestly have no idea. It seems to be quite tight right now though, so I honestly don't know why it suddenly works and why it didn't do that before. It's possible that changing that could actually be the case. It could be a case of changing the scroll bar setup in the prefab when it's not in this UI, because it gets all like weird and stuff because it doesn't have the rest of the things it relies on. Like it could be that changing those settings or configuring it outside of the context of its use messes up the prefab to the point where if you're instantiating a copy of it in that environment, it no longer behaves as expected because the values in the prefab at least are sort of relative to the context that the prefab is existing in, which is outside of this UI, which is a very out there way of explaining it, but I think that's the only explanation I can find at the moment. That is definitely something. Because I was also noticing when I was changing even the slightest thing in the prefab, it would like update all the instances every time. So changing settings in the UI prefabs is fucking bullshit. Because it updates all the things dynamically, which also makes it very difficult and annoying to use. Anyways, so options. Menu. Oh, it was we called it options configuration menu. And then I guess if I want to change any of these things in the future, I have to change it here. Because if I don't, it doesn't behave as it should. Let's just try and duplicate that and see what happens. It does do some weird things when there's two present. Not like this is what it's gonna be. Ah, yeah. So it's just because it's okay. I mean, it's behaving as expected. Because there's a bit of UI down there, so there's like a little bit of a gap, which I was noticing. And of course, when we add a third, it's a bit more noticeable. It just takes a second to update. Because now, you know, half of that menu is not visible. Okay, so that's behaving exactly as it's expected to. Okay, maybe now we can move on and actually name these. And hopefully for the last time, set up the buttons references. Because oh boy, this is getting old. Now imagine, if you will, I had to go back and change some of the visual elements of this because I changed my mind, right? And I didn't have a method to have, and it all configured properly the first time around. Ugh. No, thank you. Cool, okay. So now we have our graphics settings here, which is currently the only thing that really matters, because it's the only thing that's hooked up entirely. Well, maybe we should try and change that, huh? I also realized that this slider is like not zeroed in at the default. Not that that matters, because I need to change the slider actually as well. Speaking of that then, where the heck am I even changing things? Okay, so the slider has the settings. Okay, that makes sense, yeah. And that has a reference to the settings event name in this text field. No reference to the settings manager because lo and behold, this is copied in. Maybe I should make a failsafe for that. Because right now I have to set this object manually, and if I forget, every time I insert like a insert one from the prefab, then it doesn't get set. But if I duplicate a pre-existing or pre-placed prefab, it stays. Something I need to worry about? Probably not. I could do like a if on start, if null, then game object dot find, and then assign it that way. Find it by name simply. And then assign it. Shoot, let's just do it. Let's just do it, because it's not really that bad, is it? So, event on lifecycle on enable, and it's called settings slider manager. We also need to do a settings slider manager get. Then let's do a null check. So if settings manager equals null, then we do the game object that find. And we can find it by name, because it's just called settings manager. So if it is null, then we need to set this to that. If Dragon was an idiot and forgot to assign no. Okay. Do we have settings manager reference? Cool. So that should only do it one. Actually, on enable. If it gets disabled and enabled and disabled. Okay, so maybe on start might be better. Otherwise, it'll do this check every single time the game object is enabled. So for instance, if at some point I have an object with this and I disable it through a separate script and then suddenly enable it due to toggling UI or whatever, then yeah, might run this multiple times, which we don't want. But that doesn't prevent me from also assigning it manually. A null check should be cheaper than doing a game object.find at least. Okay, I'm feeling confident enough to change the naming of some of these objects. The hierarchies, just so that they're easier to find. Or, not really find, but you know, navigate. Okie dokie. Delete that. These containers should just be empty for the time being because no settings for those. Okay, So, slider. Because we need to fix this thing as well so that on initialization it sets it correctly. Oh, okay. How do I do this? Because we made it so that whenever we change this slider, it just sends a event to the settings manager, and then the event name is the particular setting that we want to change. Yeah. Okay. And then the settings manager does not even store the variable per se. It loads it from a file whenever it needs to. And there, of course, right now it saves the file every time it's changed, which obviously I don't want to, I only need to save it down once we like click main menu or something. Because the settings are applied at runtime to where it needs to be. And then, you know, that is why we can see the changes live. But we do want to also make it so that we save them down so that when we load the game, the settings are loaded from the last time they were changed. And with that, it's just like saving it on the spot, but it's also setting the values in the UI element, and it's dependent on the value of the slider. So the slider actually contains the full number that gets sent, like the full value that gets sent to where it needs to be for the event system. But then it gets saved through somewhere separate. That means if we want to set the position of this slider and that number, I mean, the number will be, yeah, the number should update automatically because that one's updating based on the value change of the slider, I think. Okay, let's quickly just test that because I can change the slider value through this inspector, which is the same as just setting the value, right? So if I can change it in the inspector and the number changes without interacting with the UI directly, then the event also fires when just simply just by the number changing. If not, then that's a bit of a problem. That is a bit of a problem because that means that I can't just simply set this value. I also need to set the text when I load. Not an issue because we do already have a reference to that. But it does mean that it's the slider that has to take care of the loading of the value that needs to be on itself. Okay. No biggie. So if we go to here, I mean, we're already loading the values once when we start, right? So we should be able to just borrow some of this. Because the point of doing it this way was that the settings manager currently applies the settings to where they need to be in the game engine. So for the post-processing effects on the camera, for instance, right? And then it just has a reference to those settings because they're like organized nicely as this. And then we're just setting those based on those values that were stored, which doesn't fill up your inspector with like tons of crap. And you don't need a million references to make it happen, which is kind of nice. So that and that's the functional part, right? So when you load, it doesn't matter what the UI elements are set to, because it just takes that loaded value and applies it to where it's in use. Which means that all we need the slider to do is to load the same value and set itself and the text that's associated to it to the loaded value. So now how do we do that in a consistent way is the problem. Because there is some things there that are a bit problematic. Since the values that we apply no, that's not an issue. I'm overthinking it. I just need this. And not even that. Or yes, I need all of it, I think. Let's just take a look. So this should be the load logic. Obviously, we don't have the settings save data path. But what we do have is that we have a settings manager reference here. And we technically already have a get there as well. So let's add a sequence and extend this a little bit, because I think this might be a decent way of doing it. So obviously the first step, do we have an assigned settings manager, which, you know, always I should do it in the inspector, but in case it doesn't, then it obviously checks and finds one. Then we need to check if we have a saved setting, and if we do, because then, you know, all of this logic means that we do have a settings manager. So I can actually get the data path from the settings manager reference instead of defining it for every single slider and such. Which also means that I only have to set the settings save data path one place, and then these just reference it. And then what we want, instead of a hard-coded string in there, we can actually just use the change settings event name, because that's the same. It's the same string. So if we load that dynamic string in there, or whatever you want to call it, then I can also pass that as an argument to this essentially. So we're taking the save data path from the manager, and then we define what setting we want to load in the inspector. It checks if it exists, and if it exists, then we can load that setting. If it doesn't exist, then, you know, it'll not change the values. That is actually a little bit, of an oversight I can see already. Because this works in a way where once it's enabled, if there is no save file, it creates one right away. So, optimally speaking, the slider would have to wait until the settings manager is done with its initialization step. So what I could do is I could make this a coroutine and just do a wait while. a wait while. I think this is what I think is at least the most straightforward way for me to do this. And then in the settings manager, we will need a bool. Which, you know, we don't exactly have a ton of variables here, so having a bool added just to check if it's done the initialization step is fine. Because then we can just do a wait while false, and then we always have a save file. Then I don't even need to check if we have a save file, actually. I can skip that step entirely, but one thing at a time. And actually, that should be below all of these because those are the actual settings. Settings are initialized. Initialized. And I didn't not spell that correctly. Initialized. Initialized. It should default to false, so that's cool. Yes. Update those unit options. Alrighty. Then, if we go to the slider, we can say settings manager. Oh, that's not what it's called. That's not what the script is called, is it? No. Camera post-processing settings. Oh, damn. Yeah, okay, that's... That's actually a little bit... I haven't thought about that. Damn. Because I made a specific flow macro for specifically the post-processing profile settings. And the buttons and sliders and whatnot are supposed to be super generic, so that I can use them for other things like volume adjustments and such. Which means that I can't just reference the script because there's going to be separate scripts for... Fuck. It's going to be separate scripts for different types of settings. Okay. Well, there's... There are a couple ways that I can solve this. The easiest would be to just chuck all the... Oh no. Yes. Come on! Come on! You can't just troll me like that. Yes, I knew that. Anything else? Freaking troll. Come out. Show yourself. Oh, god damn it. Who was that? So annoying I can't see who redeems that kind of stuff anymore. Cheeky bastards. So, where was I? The easiest solution would be to just chuck all the settings into one and have a massive flow machine that just handles game options. What took you so long? Yeah, no one likes you. Freaking hell. But I could do that. And then I can separate them with in scripts with just having different titles or whatnot. Don't I already have that? Yeah, it has a header up here, post-processing profile. So options settings, game options settings, script. Or I should maybe just call it settings manager. Because that's what it is. Of course I'm going to break a bunch of references, but I really want to keep this naming consistent. Better now than later. You're gonna fire all those and not even say hi? Unless it's you, Emo? Usually it's Toto that does that. The only other person that I know who does that relatively consistently would be Vei, but Vei isn't around as much as Toto. Settings, manager A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Crap. I forget that's not what it's called anymore. Whoops. What was the camera post-processing settings? There we go. Settings manager. And then I also need to change the script. Camera. There. Settings manager so that it's the same as the class, otherwise things don't work. Okie dokie. Then we gotta update unit options because otherwise things don't work. And I mean, I can already see it, right? So we gotta change all of those references. Unfortunately. Which, you know, considering how much red there is quite a few. Settings, save data, path. Come on, Uni. This is like unfortunately the only way that you do this with Bolt. So that's why you need to be pretty consistent in your naming convention early on. Otherwise, this is a lot of shit that needs to be changed. Depth of field model. Of course, this is going to take like what, 20 some minutes. Yes.
I don't want to set the world on fire.
Oh, it's on fire, all right. It's on fire, all right. Speaking of things that are on fire, I was playing RimWorld yesterday, trying out
Gods will not save you.
Yes. Oh my god. Motherfuckers. I was playing RimWorld yesterday. Trying out a new mod load order because there was like a faction in the last playthrough I wasn't too happy with. So I wanted to try out something different. I also removed all the medieval and below factions. So in this new run, there's basically only industrial and beyond tech level factions, alright? That also means I've removed vanilla, expanded medieval and Vikings, because although Vikings, for instance, add some cool elements like the tombs and all that stuff, I have never ever used it. I've never experienced them, because the first time I tried to, they were just not working, and ever since I got it working, there's like so many other things in my mod load order that, you know, you just never get to it, basically. But what I tried to do is something I've been wanting to do, actually, and I never just got around to it, is a faction mod called which adds a faction called the Siva factions. And it's multiple ones. There's like 5 factions that it adds. It is a little bit like Rimsenal, from what I could tell. So like, think almost anime, kind of anime level space fantasy. So very highly detailed, and what do you even call it? Fancy looking, like armors and weapons with fancy names and everything. But it's all centered around factions that are spacer tech, like Rimsenal for the most part is. Because it says that they're balanced towards being close to vanilla-esque in you know, damage and all that. And this is a get as well. So hopefully this adds some interesting variety to the game world. I have been a bit apprehensive of trying it out though, because one thing I don't like about RimWorld's core systems is that it doesn't add newly, like, additional. If you add new races to the game, which is its own framework, they don't get. You don't have any options anywhere or anything you can do to tell the different factions to include them. All right. Which basically means that if you want a faction to contain those races, you have to patch them directly. And as you can probably imagine, that is not such a great solution to this problem. And I don't need this. Yes. Using this opportunity to clean up, I suppose. But to get around that problem, I've been using a mod called Faction Blender, but though it does work, the way that it works is that it adds its own faction, where it then blends the various races together into an amalgamation faction, which comes with its own set of problems. Because now you have sort of pawns that come from specific factions that normally would never, be able to work together. It also means that the only way that you can get these modified custom races is if you encounter these factions that get added. So, for instance, the Siva factions and the Rimsnell factions combined add like about 8 factions or so in total. So that's suddenly 8 factions, which they can all... No, 5 of which can visit you as friendlies, and 3 of them... Right? No, 2 of them as hostiles. So it's 7, sorry. Hostiles, not so big a deal, because, it's hostile factions that have other specific units that make them interesting. But it means that if you want these various races that you've now modded into your game to join your colony, chances of encountering them, diminish the more of these factions you add to the game. And that's, not so cool. That being said, Faction Blender also adds these races to the visitor events and so forth. So there is a little bit of opportunity there to encounter them that way. Oh yeah, this also has to be hooked up there. But yeah, it makes it increasingly less likely that you encounter races other than humans. And that's the same, the same goes true for vanilla factions expanded, where the Vikings faction, the medieval factions, and any other faction really that it gets added don't have these faction blended races. So you can't have tieflings in a Viking tribe, for instance. That just doesn't exist. And to make it also a little bit more annoying, which is why you need a mod called Faction Control. Settings, save data path. Mods such as the one that adds all the Forgotten Realms races adds a faction for every single race from its mod. And I think it's about like, I don't know, 10 different races, so there's an equal amount of factions that get added. The issue with that is that each and every one of these factions is considered medieval tech as well. So I think actually, I don't know if they're all friendly or neutral to begin with, because there's like goblin factions, there's like illithid factions and such, and some of these are inherently evil by nature, right? So I don't know how they act, because I usually just disable them all. And the reason why these factions normally exist is so that, oh, okay, you can get visited by a group of dwarves or a group of tieflings or Githyanki or whatever, you know, and it's coherent because, again, seeing like an amalgamation of like illithids together with Githyanki and other Forgotten Realms races like certain elves and dwarves also, right, is a little bit weird, unless the faction specifically is like an open community one, like the Faction Blender is. Faction Blender also adds its own pirate version, which has then an amalgamation. So what you want to do is disable the vanilla pirate faction so that it can be replaced with this custom one. So it's pretty cool, but it requires a lot of configuration, and even then there's limitations, you know? Okay, so I think I've managed to replace everything to what it needs to be. So that brings us to where we had gotten to, I guess. Which is we'd added the settings or initialized variable to the settings manager script. And that means that at the very end here of this whole loading process, we can add another sequence step. So settings manager are init, and we just need to set that to true. All we need to do. And the idea with this then is that to organize, and I don't know where to move this actually, but to organize this a little bit better, and I might even put these in super units at some point so it doesn't get super full, but to organize this a bit better, then I can add like another step and then move this down, and then this entire like string of just functionality is just for the post-processing settings. I mean, this is literally just for depth of field even, and nothing else. And then I can make like a super unit for depth of field, a super unit for bloom, for anti-aliasing, and the different sound settings and so forth. I think that should be pretty neat. And then at the very end, we just say, oh, we're done initializing. And then the sliders and other buttons who have been waiting for it to finish get that go ahead thing. And then it just does it. Settings, manager, init. Get. So done initializing. Feed it through there. Cool. So now we wait while that is... Right. I need a bit more logic to this. I can't just plug it in. Wait while settings are initialized, which would just mean wait while it's true, which not what we want. I do need like some logic in here. The literal bool. So wait while settings are initialized equals to false. There we go. That should do the trick. So, are we done initializing? Yes. Do we have save settings? Always, because if we've initialized, then we've guaranteed there to be save settings. But we can still keep this logic because that means that we make sure that we were actually saving the particular variable here as like an extra safety step. Do we have a save setting? Yes. And then I need to do a load, I think, right? But we need to do some dynamic stuff as well. Because otherwise it's going to be locked to whatever we set it here, and it's not always going to be a bool. I wonder. Can I just do save game? Exists? No. I wonder if there's like a type in here. Load into, load raw, main thread, move, persistent data, save. Save. Version. Surprised there's no type in here. Okay. Yeah, so whenever you're loading, you pretty much just have to tell it exactly what type it should expect it to load as. I wonder what load into does. Because I honestly don't know. I'll have to look it up on this asset that I'm using to saving and loading the game. Hey, Selfire. Hope you're having a nice day. I was kind of hoping that I could just like, oh, check file type or evaluate file type or something, but I guess it doesn't really. And setting options. Oh, thanks for being inclusive. The settings are actually going quite well. You want to see? They're a bit of a work in progress still, but I've been ironing out some of the kinks of it. It doesn't look too different from yesterday, but it's a bit more scalable now. I can populate it with more options, and it doesn't burn down. There we go. So yeah, if there's multiple settings in here now, I can... yeah, sound is empty, I know. So is keybinds. Because I haven't made the framework to change the settings yet. I've been purely working on the visual representation of things in here today. No mute button. Not yet. That is to be done. But the settings for my test case at least works, right? So the next step right now is to make it so that when you load the game, the slider and the number update according to what the... No, you can't type in a value. This is not a field. I would have to make specific code for that to work, but you got a point. I know. It also needs to be clamped, the value. I just haven't made the functionality for that yet. Because there's a couple ways you can do it. You can either clamp the value and then the position of the bar through code, so you drag it and then you release and then it moves to the near snap point, and then you sort of like define some step number or whatever. Hello there, Samcat. Hold on, I feel I've seen like those emotes before. No, it's not. I mean, it's a number that goes from 0 to 1, but you can interpolate it in different ways. Yeah. Settings category. You cute and friendly vampire mocker. Ah, okay. Just making sure. Depends on settings you're changing. Yeah, also that. Since the challenge is that focus distance has to be a value that goes from between 0 and 2. Anywhere beyond those numbers doesn't make sense. So the question is, do you interpolate the number so that what you see is between 0 and 1, so it's 0 to 100%, or do you just show the raw value and then clamp it down to, you know, the nearest what do you call it, 1 decimal, for instance, right? So it's 1 point whatever, which is probably what I would do, because anything beyond that is maybe a bit overkill. Yeah, true, but that's just not how the numbers are put into Unity. It's represented from the number from 0 to the max. So if you wanted to do a 0 to 1, as you're saying, then you need to interpolate it through code. Or you say the slider can go from a value from 0 to 1, but then you interpolate the number, which means that I would need a variable on the settings slider script instead which is then the actual number that gets passed on instead of just using the one that's on the slider proper, which would be an additional step, right? So that's why I haven't done it that way. There's a billion ways to do it. You can also tell it to do whole numbers, right? So that's good for cases where you don't need a floating point value. But yeah, I would rather have it like this because I'm just passing, when this slider changes, it just passes the value onto the text field as is. Right? And I just need to set the value in here on the slider itself, and it just works. It also means that the setting for the whole number option is in the same place where I set the minimum and maximum values for the number. So it's all like done here for me, right? I could set it from 1 to 2 and it'll just be represented in that number accordingly, right? So it's a little bit easier to do it this way, I feel. And then just like setting up some logic for how that number should be processed. Actually, I don't know which one is easier. I'm just doing it this way. Now, what we're currently doing though is trying to make it so that when you load the game, it loads the settings that you had set it to last time when you exited the game, or last time you changed it rather. Otherwise, these don't change. Guess you see later? What? Oh, guess I'll figure it out later. Yeah, probably. Right. The only problem right now is that the framework I'm using to save and load is dependent on me to define what type of variable it needs to load, which means that I need a variable in the script for that to work. Or what way is better, easier? Probably not, because once you've done it one way and it works, you know, I'm not gonna do both. I'm not gonna do both, and until you do both, you wouldn't really know. Making code is oftentimes more about making it work than necessarily doing the most optimal way. Okay, so settings manager, string text, change setting event name. How do I do this? One day you will do the other way, maybe? Yeah, exactly. That's probably a valid point. Can I just say like types? Is that a thing? What do we call the others? They are called change setting event name. Change setting type. I mean, it says types in plural, which would imply that it's a list, but it's not defined as a list. So it's not a list of types. You're useless to ask any of this. Nah, it's just there's just many ways of looking at the problem, right? It's just many ways of looking at the problem. It's like when Loki was in here a couple days ago, and he mentioned a bunch of things that I can do to optimize my GUI by setting up the canvases in a different way, because Unity changed their also, I must have made a mistake because it didn't. Yeah. Cannot declare a variable of static type types. Okay. Unity engine.types. You do 100% know that a big tree is required? I'm not so sure. Big trees occlude a lot of visibility. And it's gonna mess with the camera pretty big deal, so maybe that is actually not... It depends on how you make it, of course. But this is annoying. Can I do bolt? Will that give me access to just type? Type option page? I have no idea, dude. I mean, it's compiling. I have no idea what type options page is. But I need to be able to set this type dynamically in the inspector for this to work this way. Otherwise, I'm not entirely sure on how to do this. Okay. I mean, there's nothing in the inspector. The fuck? Okay. No issues found, but it didn't compile. Probably cannot do it like that then. Is there also... There's also Ludic. Okay. Does Ludic have something related to type? Type option, type inspector, type set. I don't know what these icons mean. That's a problem. Or part of the problem. So if I say float, which looks like this. Bool. Use a variable. Yeah, but I can't just make it variable type variable. I don't exactly know how to do this. Class? No, it's because I need it. So no. So I need to define what type I'm loading when I'm loading something. But the thing is, the type can be a bool, it can be a string, and it can be... Yeah, I think those are the two. So it can either be a bool or a string, and I don't know before I load the thing which of which it is. What is a type? A type is just a generic... like a bool is a type, a float is a type, a integer is a type, a game object is also a type. So I need to be able to set it as a type, or what type that it should fucking do. So I'm just like guessing here. It's the very basics of programming. So when you initialize a variable, then that variable has a type. And that type can either be of a string or a boolean or a float or whichever other types exist out there. Some types are more generic than others. Type inspector. And I'm pretty sure that the way it's sort of visualized within these flow machines is specifically something that Ludic did with Bolt, so that you can actually like work with it. So the question is if I can get access to that within the inspector. It can also, like, you can also just reference like an entire class or script, right? Namespace, global namespace. Okay. So if I type in type here, it doesn't really give me anything, but for instance, if I type in bool, right? A literal bool, if I feed that, wait, no? Is it then a get type? How do I work with this? Because it does have an input. What does it say? Type of type. Great. Oh, this is not great. Object.getType gets the type of the current instance. The target object. Okay. So this can feed a type into here. And then you can feed whatever into this. Yeah? So now I'm basically defining the type as a bool. Okay. So... Huh. How do I define a generic variable and get it in the inspector is the question. Because for instance, if I do game object, then it's always going to be a game object. Can I give it a string? Will it get the... No, because that's the thing, right? So, you know, all these variable types, they have like a name. It's like a string, a bool and such. But if I feed this a string, then it's just going to get the type of the string and not what's actually inserted here, right? So if I say like... Yeah, I would have to like string to type or something. No, I don't want the value. I need the type of the value in this case. Because the load function there loads the data, but it needs to know what type of data it's trying to load. So if you're trying to load a bool and it is set to string, it's set to string, it will fail because it's expecting that it's loading a string. It might actually succeed because it's just like, but then it's just going to be a string bool, like saying bool instead of a boolean type. That's the problem here. And I can't check the type of the data because the data doesn't contain the type, I guess. Yeah, it's a bit weird. Is what is making this a bit of a headache because the data that it loads can be of any type that I've saved it as somewhere else, right? Because when I save the data, I'm defining it the type directly. But when I'm loading it onto this button here, it needs to be more dynamic. I need to get the type of the saved data so that it knows how to handle that data when processing it. Otherwise, it's gonna try and set the value of this game object to something that it can't. That actually makes me think. So how does this work again? Oh, right. Why am I even doing this? I'm overthinking this. I am such a dum-dum. This is always gonna be a floating point number. Always. I forgot. I was going to make I need to make a script for on toggle and on drop down anyways. And on toggle is always a Boolean value anyway. And drop down is always a string. And the slider is always a float, the 3 different types. Fucking Jesus Christ. Well, oh well. Maybe I would have learned something. Well, I did, which is that I might not even be able to do it this way, you know? And that's the thing, I cannot do a check when it's loading. I don't even know if it even stores the kind of type it does. Like it is. I have no idea how the save and loading framework works, because it's not a default Unity thing, it's an asset that I bought on the Unity asset store many years ago. But I can show you just in case you're curious. But yeah, I don't need to think in that way because there's no reason to. So when we load, we set like a type. And when we save, we just save the value, yeah? So when you save the file down, I don't know if it actually has any information on what type it saves it as. My guess is that it only needs to know that when it's loading in order to figure out how to handle the data, and then when it's saving down the bools, the save load framework has a certain way of ordering the data. So like, for instance, if it's a bool, maybe it's just written out bool, comma, bool, comma, bool, or whatever, however it's saved into that file, yeah? I honestly don't know. Or it could also be that the file just says true or false, right? In lowercase letters. But then if you're trying to pass that true or false, and you define it when loading as a string, it might get confused, right? Because if it's actually able to read the data, then it's no longer being read as a true or false bool, but then it's just the letters true or false, right? I don't know because I didn't make the framework, and I don't intend on looking it up because that's not why I bought it. Doesn't really matter. Point is, we can just do this. True. Yeah, we just need to use it. Just need to use it. So, with that mind-boggling headache out of the way, we need to pass on the identifier for what we're loading into there, and it's always going to be of type float. And then it loads the data from the file, and then we can pass that result into whatever we want, yeah? And I wonder, can I actually just... So when that event is being called in the settings manager, what happens exactly? Because that's down here. Oh, that's actually part of saving the value down too. Right, but I was going to change this. That's actually kind of interesting, because that means I can technically take this step here from the initialization step and just feed that in as well. Oh, right, no, wait, I can't. Because if I do that, the variables are not going to be what they need to be. Because it basically just needs to do the same thing that we're doing over here, but with different variables. Oh, right, there's actually something I can do there. I think is it control? Oh my god, it's been a while since I've done any of these. Is it select on flow? I cannot yeah, it's select on flow. This one is kind of useful for managing this kind of shit. If it's the right one, that is.
Hey, listen!
Yes.
Nerd, you're a fucking nerd. You're a fucking nerd.
All fucking day.
No one likes you.
Thanks, Toto. So this is cool. So basically, this flow just selects which input based on what's happening. Like, oh, flow is coming through A, then choose the A variable. If it's coming through B, then choose the B variable. And then it passes it on, and then we don't need to write code twice. Nice. By the way, Toto, you're gonna be here tomorrow? You think? You might be able to buy your bunny person. It is gonna be a new colony, by the way. Or it is a new colony in case you weren't around lurking for that. But you can get your rabbit person. But yeah, then the idea is that I basically make almost a literal copy of this or on toggle and drop down, and then just switch like everywhere where it's like manipulating the text or whatever into the appropriate logic there. Now, it's gonna do a little bit more than it actually needs to, but it should already work. Okay, well, let's just see how well it works. So now it's 0.4, yeah? And saved down into a file. If we push play, it should say 0.4, whatever. Right, it does it for the value. Okay, so we're halfway there. So the value is right. We need to set the slider still. And the slider is on this, so slider value set on itself. And see, this is something we only need to do when we're loading, not when we're changing the value of the slider, because that is what triggers that flow. So if we just pass it through there first before going into this selector. So this is like an extra feature that it needs to do. Now it should also adjust the slider position. Since the UI elements in that object are directly interpolated based on that value in runtime. I do wonder how they work. I guess they are on like value change or something. I hope. I don't know if they do a fucking update, because that would be terrible. Yes. It does take a little second to actually change the slider, but that's just like a visual thing, I guess. Cool. So that's a slider. Now we need to make a toggle and a drop down menu. And I've never done a drop down menu before, so that's going to be interesting. Let's do the toggle first then. Right, I should actually rename this prefab to slider setting. Just let it go. I don't know. I don't necessarily think so. We need you to unpack prefab completely. This is not a prefab of same make anymore, so toggle setting. Oh fuck, right. Ah, I forgot. I can't just make a prefab of the outermost part, because it also contains the setting category title. Whoosh. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Because essentially, like a toggle setting would be this, but without the title. Yeah, it does, but it's the logic that I'm worried about. And it's just not just using a pre-made, you have to make sure that it's also being formatted correctly according to the boundaries and a bunch of other shit. Which is what I've been spending hours on today, just getting right for that one setting already. But right now I need to figure out something else. So the reason why this was a clever idea is because if I change the spacing between these, I can have different groups of settings. So I can have graphics, post-processing, resolution, what else there is, and then within post-processing, for instance, have a title called depth of field, which has a focus distance and a bunch of other settings. Right. Okay. So that actually means that the actual setting is only this part down here. Okay. Just getting all the things established. Let's just delete that toggle setting prefab and the slider setting prefab, because that's not the slider setting prefab. Settings container. And this is what again? Settings group. Yeah, menus can be quite complex if you want to do it in a clever way. You can hardcode UI, but that means if you need to change one thing, you need to change it everywhere, and that's a pretty bad approach. Okay, I need to... What was this called before? So the settings container is the one that contains multiple groups of settings, post-processing and resolution and so forth. Then this will have multiples of these, yeah? So focus distance, what else there is to depth of field, I guess. The different options for depth of field. And then you would have another title of another setting and then its own settings below that. So in other words, this is the actual setting. Makes sense for the setting container naming. The reason why it's important for me to get the naming right here is so that it's easy to work with moving forward. Setting title, so that's the title of the thing that we're changing, but then there's like a variable on that setting. That's a little bit confusing. I think it's okay. So for instance, setting categories where it says post-processing, right? And then the slider setting actually would be this container here. So I would like to make a prefab of this slider setting. Oh, I have to unpack it. Is that good enough? Yes. Oops. Deleted one too many things. Oh, right, because it's there. So for instance, now I can rename this to focus distance, which makes it easier for me to find the slider for the focus distance in the hierarchy moving forward. That seems to make sense. So that would also make this focus distance title. But I'll just keep that as setting title, because I know that that belongs to the element right underneath it. And then there's a category title, which can also stay the same. There's only prefabs of those. Settings menu. Because that's also, it's a container within a container. Which is why this is so weird. So it's the container for the category of settings, whereas the one outside, the green one, which, you know, I can just use this for debugging, is the one that contains or the category containers. Yeah, that seems to make sense to me. Okay. And that means that if I now add a slider setting here, we can unpack that, and I just hit my spacebar by accident. Unpack that and call this toggle setting, for instance, and make a prefab of that. You gotta go. All right, Self-File, thanks for dropping by anyway. Always nice to have someone to chat to, even as confusing as coding can be in game development. I hope you're learning something. It's always something to teach. I'm not necessarily the best, but I hope I'm doing a good enough job at explaining things. Don't forget to do the big tree for a break menu on menu settings. I could do a break like a sample scene for your settings, but then that has to be loaded somewhere and unloaded, which means that accessing your settings menu would take longer, like every time you need to access it. And you would also have an entire scene extra eating up your memory, so preferably I don't do that for performance reasons. Not really like a big dent into it, but you know, everything counts. Okay, so settings left is this left part of this, and then there's the variable there. But for this particular one, we want to do things a little bit differently. It's built differently, if you will. Actually, let's unpack this prefab for now and not do it like this. I forget how annoying it is to work with otherwise. It's easy just to make a new prefab once I'm done. So we don't need a slider. But I do need a layout element. And the slider is set to preferred and minimum. Okay. Oh, it's child alignment upper right. Why is it upper right? Should be upper left. Just for consistency's sake. Okay. UI. Toggle. Yes. Okay. Change that to a red color because we need this toggle to be inside this hierarchy here. Because this has to have a horizontal layout group. Don't force expand the children, but control their size. And up towards the upper left. And then this should not have a layout element. Right? Don't want a label in there. Get out of here. Okay, that looks more correct. Yes. Just making sure that everything's working. That means... I mean, it's technically the only thing I need. So it's like depth of field enabled or something, for instance, right? Ah. Nope. Okay, that was unexpected. Why is it filling up to... Why does it not go beyond... Like, why is it being cramped into this smaller box in here for some reason? Like something I'm missing. Oh, it's the... I've got like a... No? That doesn't seem quite to be enough. It's only like a... The padding isn't that severe. Okay. Oh, it was not allowed to control its own width. Well, that's a problem in the other setting then as well. Might have been like a thing that I edited at some point and then when messing around with it earlier today. There we go though. So what scale is this tile set to? 20. Let's keep it consistent then. Oh, no. 20. Because then we might as well make a setting to enable and disable the depth of field outright while we're at it as a test case. And let's see. So we don't need the variable number that's on the side. We just need this setting, really. What would be a good amount? Let's see here. 10 pixels. Because then I'm putting like a 10 pixel padding around that toggle button. And then the next question is, because right now it's being put to the left. I could in theory set this to be centralized. But then that kind of looks weird. So all the variables are going to be to the right hand side of the sliders, right? I guess I could put the toggle button on the side of that instead. Instead of putting it underneath, I actually put it on the side up there. Then that would mean that the title also has to be part of this. So if we move you in there, the start. Now, of course, I don't want this padding all of a sudden. But I do want the spacing. Then I can put a 10 pixel spacing in between these two. Of course, that slider down there doesn't matter because we don't use one for this. Now the only thing I don't like is that this toggle is like sort of further down than the title of this setting. The question is if it's confusing or not to have the button over here, because I mean you don't interact with the number directly there yet. If it becomes an input field, it will, and then you can adjust it through the slider or the input field, and then it's, you know, they're basically all in line in that sense. That's the background, right? Yep. So that says upper left is a snapping point for all the elements in this on the horizontal sort of thing. That just means that if I scale this button, it's always going to be snapping to the top left up there. I can set it to middle left, of course, but then that pushes just the title down instead of pushing the button up. And I mean, I could also just not have a layout group. Well, I do need a layout group, actually. So that we can control the height. Of course, I can just change the size of the button, but I would rather not have it smaller than this. So how does this work? Because I do have another button that's a toggle in the game that I can use as a reference, so that I don't have to redo all the visuals. And that is, oh, bloody hell, enemies defeated UI. And then there's a toggle button here. What happens if I just put that in there? Looks like shit. One thing at a time, though. It's because it doesn't have a layout element. There we go. So if we remove the red color, what does it look like? Hmm. And this is also using the button interaction. Hmm. Toggle interaction, I mean. Oh shit. That actually means it needs the flow machine that I removed. Oops. Yeah, that should be safe because that's just the visual part. If I wanted to actually do stuff, I need to hook it up elsewhere. So, okay, let's just quickly see what that looks like. Make sure that the actual button works. Hmm. Right. Game object set active. It's still using that too. The other one, which it doesn't need to. Button click sound, button highlight. Yep. Okay. Like there's something missing though. Graphic is the check mark. Alrighty. What does this say under graphic? None. Can I just do this, I wonder? Yeah. That also means I need to do a little configuration on that one where I pulled it from. So here we have the toggle button for that, which says on value changed, enemies defeated. Yeah, so that should probably stay because it's a toggle, and the button interaction visual thing doesn't have a toggle, it only has an enable and disable, which doesn't work for the toggle. I could add a third list, which is like toggling for toggling things, but right now I just don't need it. So I haven't bothered. Might be one of those cases that comes back to bite me in the ass in the future, but you know. Okay, so how does this work again? It's on true. Yeah. Okay. Setting toggle. Just toggle. Setting toggle text. Might as well. Or variable toggle. What do I call it in the slider? Called variable slider? Or is it called just called slider? Well, let's keep it consistent then. Yeah, so I won't need this setting left thing. Right? I can just call this setting left and then delete that one. Yeah, it all should scale still. Whoa! Sometimes those settings go a little wild when you slide them around like that. Okay. I have an idea. UI image. Scale it to you. And then it was the was this shape, right? Call it toggle text BG for background. And then instead of the toggle referencing the text itself, I can just do the background image. And then let's change this one to, where is it? I think it's this one. Let's see how this looks. And it even works with all the animations if I were to keep those because of the hierarchy. Oh, cool. It's doing some weird stuff. Definitely doing some really weird stuff. Oh, it's... I think I know why. Do not raycast target. I'm surprised I was even able to even interact with it in the first place. Because that background image should technically have blocked the raycast. Wait, what? Why is the... Toggle collider so big? What? So the button interaction effect is only on this button here. Oh, it's the toggle text. That's why it was acting so weird. This was not being confined to the button for some reason. Probably because I duplicated it from somewhere and moved it into a different layer or different point in the hierarchy. Also tells me that all these things are being considered raycast targets. At least for the on-hover event. I could do some culling there by utilizing the layers properly. So like non-blocking UI, I think I have a layer that is called. But I would have to tell the on-hover thing to do that. I don't know if it does for the physics engine. There we go. A bit better. That also explains why it was animating so far out. Oh. That's stupid. So it's not doing what I thought it would. What even is it doing? It's like doing some black magic shit. Because it's not disabling and enabling the game object as I thought it would. Huh. Like, at least not to what we can see in the inspector, right? It's not doing that, and it's not doing this, which I thought it would do. That's kind of annoying. Toggle group. How do toggle groups work? I think I've messed around with the toggle groups before, but that's like so long ago I have no memory of it. But I think you probably just assign like a toggle group component and then say like, oh yeah, everything in this hierarchy is a toggle group. Nope. Or at least maybe. What does allow switch off mean? Because at face value, I have no idea what toggle group does. If I can't figure it out on my own, I'll just have to look it up, I guess. Okay, it's definitely not just doing stuff without any more changes. Not a visible UI control, but rather a way to modify the behavior of a set of toggles. Toggles that belong to the same group are constrained so that only one of them can switch on at a time. Ah, that's what it's for. It's for the configuration part. Okay. That's what it is. So that's like if you've got a list of 5 toggles and enabling one will enable all of them or something like that, I suppose. But like you're enabling all of them at the same time. And disabling them all at the same time. Or something like that. Could also be like if you have 5 toggles, then only one can be enabled at a time. So if you toggle one, it untoggles the others. Maybe that's what it means. That's probably what it means. Okay. When the toggle is in the off state, toggle.graphics alpha is set to 0. Right. Well, you can do it in a different way though. So on toggle, then we just disable that. So what's the appeal of doing it the other way around? Because it animates. That's the appeal. That is so annoying. Because setting the oh, that is so annoying. Because it only sets the alpha of the object in question, not a group of objects. I like the animation, but it's kind of trash. Why can't you fucking hell, okay. Well, I don't know, I guess I'll just make do about the animation then. Screw that. That is a little bit silly. But I guess implementing like a more advanced toggle would require you to do a for loop and then find all the, and that would just be really expensive. So at the same time, like custom code required, I guess. It's not because it's hard, but doesn't matter, this works. But yeah, due to this animation feedback and the sound and everything, it should be pretty obvious which things you can interact with. Besides, some of these settings are going to be enabled, so you'll probably figure it out pretty quickly anyway. Cool, okay. Well, I think that is all I need for a toggle setting graphically wise. Is everything named consistently? Toggle setting, setting title, category, title, which is separate. Yeah, so this is just all the toggle setting stuff. Boop. And boop. Oh, that was the wrong element. in here. So if we have multiple toggle settings, it's going to look like this. Yeah, so because of the size, it adds a little bit extra space in between these settings specifically, as opposed to sliders, right? How do I feel about that? Because it basically means that they sort of override the spacing between the UI elements, right? And that was a spacing of 6 up there, which is not that thing. It's the container, isn't it? No. Bloody hell. There, spacing of 8. Yeah, and it doesn't matter even what I set the spacing in here as. I could make it so that the titles for those settings are taller. But then I would also have to do it for the other settings where I really like the sizing of those. Because I don't want to make the button smaller either, so there's not really like anything I can do. I can make it wider instead of taller, but that would look really weird. And I could center the title so that it doesn't have that, like the distance between objects are going to be the same on in both directions instead of being more on one side than the other. Because there's a little bit of a disconnect between where that button is and the title of the setting that it's affected, that it's coupled up with. Of course, you could make like a UI element that ties them together so that it's like a shape that goes down and then, you know, fits with the size of this title in the long run. So it's not like a perfect, what do you call it? Equal distance or equals distance sided shape, if you will. But then the toggle button would just make the toggle look different, like weird. Could also make like this have like a extra feel, but nah, that would also look stupid. Maybe this is just the best I can do at the moment, without making the titles larger than the, or at least the size of the button. Because the thing is, if I make these titles larger as well, the depth of field title would have to get bigger and the post-processing title would get bigger. And that just means that there's less space for the settings in this menu. That's something I'll have to come back to, I think. Whatever the case, for now this works. And then in here, the actual script is on the slider because that's what you're affecting. So let's see, we have a settings slider macro, which has a settings slider variables. But actually the settings slider script is so generic right now that I can use the same script on all the different UI objects. Because all it needs is the reference with the manager and text and what event to send along. It doesn't care about what type of interaction it does, because that's the in the flow machine. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S. What do we have? So I have a settings manager as a settings slider. That's it. I'm really gonna hit myself for doing this. But I'm gonna rename this to settings UI variables. Which of course means I need to change the flow machine that I just made and rehook up those things. But I think it's better to do it now than later. And that's like just the thing, right? When you're starting to make something, you're not entirely always certain on how generic you can get away with making things. Because it all depends on how interconnected things become in the long run and your approach to it. And if I'm going to change the naming of this so that I can just have it as a, I mean, I could have just left the name, but it would have not made much sense to put like a sliding settings script onto a toggle button, am I right? So to make it more clear that this is generic, we're just the settings UI variables. I'm just going to be changing it. After all, this is not like something that matters in the context of the game whatsoever. But a year from now, when I might be having to look at this project again and coincidentally have to look at these things, how they were implemented because I'm working on a new project or whatever it might be, it's important for me to be able to go back and make it easy for me to reuse code. Because then the settings slider graph here is the specialized piece, referencing the generic variables. And in theory, I could make this one flow graph as well that handles toggle value changes and drop down value changes. And then maybe put like some of the logic into super units or whatever. But since there's like this whole type thing and such, I don't think it really matters much. Because there's things that I can reuse, but there's not things like I can't reuse it in that sense. I can copy and paste it across, but I cannot just run different values through it. Settings UI variables, change setting. Event name get. Lock this sucker into the bottom one. And then we need a reference to the settings manager. Right, and we were also using that up there. Setting text. That's like one of the really good things about the search engine for the unit options. You don't have to be consistent in how you look for things. So you can be lazy there. So I can like find the setting manager by typing in setting manager, but I can probably just write manager or manic or mana. Because you've already narrowed down the search so much. And even if you don't type it all in, you can find it pretty easily when there's not that many variables. So, sign that and send the flow this way. Swoop. Okay. And we should be fine now, right? Because the settings manager itself does not have a reference to it at all. It's just taking in the custom event and then doing whatever it needs to do that way. Yes. Okay. So far so good. That means we can take our lighter thing. Setting slider and just duplicate this. Instead of setting slider, we call it setting toggle. Because we might as well make the drop down, right? Settings drop down. Drop down. And this is the manager. This is the slider, and this is the toggle, okay. So feed that in there, of course. And this is going to be of type bool. All that up there is the same. And then it's toggle value set, my guess. Toggle on value changed set. Okay. Toggle enable set enables behaviors are updated. Say behaviors and not. It's on set. I think this is the one. So we're setting it to on. And then passing on that value. Now you could also just take it from there, of course, but meh. You're just chaining the variable. I don't even need to do that, do I? I mean, I need to send it on to the trigger argument, but I don't need to even set text here because there's no text to set. Like, there's no value that's even being changed in this case. Okay. So that means if we're in the settings manager then, do I have a toggle? DOF enabled. So we have a toggle right here. So if we just say DOF enabled, right? That event comes through the bool, it sets it to be enabled. And then it saves that thing, but I'm missing this part, ain't I? Oh, maybe not in this case because it's like because of how it works. That's the easy answer. For the settings, I need to apply them though. But whether or not that those settings are enabled or not does not need to be applied. That's just implicit, I guess. A little bit inconsistent, I suppose, but oh well. Settings UI variables. We need on U. Move this to the top. Settings. Wait. Settings manager. Might as well do that manually. And settings text is just going to be null for this one because we don't need to assign one. And then we copy and paste that DOF enabled as the event name. And that should pretty much just be it. He says confidently. And the default, of course, is that it's enabled. Well, the event is definitely being fired. Let's see if it actually works, though. It's kind of enabled right now. I can definitely see that. Hmm. Hmm. I know why. I know exactly why it's not working. I need to add the freaking flow machine, don't I? What we were seeing were like not the toggle button. Hey, what do you know? It actually fucking works. Was a little bit weird though, because I think when it loaded the game, it didn't apply this until it opened up this menu. A bit strange. But hey, we can enable and disable depth of field entirely. Don't know if it has any oh, I didn't even know you. Oh, you can actually move around. I didn't. That's cool. I didn't even think about that. I don't lock the controls, so you can actually move around while being in the main menu. You just normally can't see that you're doing that. Yeah, I think a DOF of like 2 is basically beyond what you can even see in the game. It's only at the very corner of the level, maybe, that there might be an object that's slightly out of focus. Yeah, you can see it. It's very subtle, but it does actually... It does actually, like this rock and those trees in the top right. At 1.8. At 2... It might be a bit too far out anyway. So like having it at 2 is almost like not having it enabled. A finger setting of 2 is just fine. So you can also use this if you want to make fancy screenshots of the game once all the settings are in. Because you can fine tune the camera focus and all that. That's fucking cool. So now it's disabled, right? And by default, it is enabled. So if I load the game now, or start up the game rather, because that's implicitly loaded, I suppose. But yeah, if we start it up now, it should be disabled without even going to the options menu. And if it's not, then I need to take a look at that. Well, should be working, because depth of field was definitely set pretty low. Huh. That's interesting. It fires the sound playing event when I go in here, and it triggers on its own. Is that actually the case? Where is it? This is the toggle. Okay, I actually cannot tell it to be on in here. Interesting. But it did seem like if this gets triggered, the is on gets triggered by script, it also fires the button interaction. How do I even... Oh, okay, press edit there. Oh, it's because it's on toggle value changed. It fires. So because I set it through script, I changed the toggle value. Can I do that in a different way? Because the other is on button click, meaning that you are actively clicking on that button. And I can't do is on because that's the same. On pointer click. Oh, but this cannot be a coroutine. Yeah, because this is... This takes event data as an input. Hmm. Yeah, it takes event data. Hmm. Hmm. Do I really need to check if the pointer is... if a mouse is hovering over this object? On move, on deselect. These all take event data. Set is on without notify. What the fuck does that mean? I wonder. Right, because I was disconnecting this shit over here. But we don't need to load the game to test this if I do something smart. So, input. Probably easier to just find it under events. Input events on keyboard input on space down. Yeah, I do also need to have a literal bool here. I need to change the value. Guess it doesn't do what I think it does. Nope, it does do what I think it does. Okay, that's always something. So it is set to is on and is off, but the problem is it doesn't toggle the game objects. Because this is on value changed. So this also doesn't work now. I mean, one way to deal with this is to make a toggle in my custom button interaction effects thing. And then just handle it through that. Because then I don't need to... Oh wait, that wouldn't work. That wouldn't matter, actually. Why is it, That's weird, why is it playing this out now? Why was it not doing it before? Also, this would make this fire twice. Which it already does in the beginning. Right, but it's like it does the top part first, like sets it on and then finishes all that, and then it does it again, actually. I don't think that's something I need to worry about, though. Because it just gets set to what it was just set to twice, but it doesn't trigger anything else. Button interaction script, though. The button interaction script does do things. Not exactly sure why it didn't do it before. Well, guess I don't understand what this set on without notify is, how that is. I mean, I can see things that are different, right? Because I can set it to off. Even though it's... Want the phone. Was it here? Fucking knew it. This... Oh god, where am I doing that? It just hit me. There's somewhere I have a debug thing that I forgot to remove. But where is it happening? Fuck. Oh no. So I can press space and it toggles it on and off. But why? Wait, what? But how? It's not hooked up to anything. How is this being toggled on and off right now? What? Oh, right. Think. God damn it, where did I put that, I wonder? How the fuck do I find that? Random stray piece of code that just triggers this on spacebar. Fuck. So it's like something that's triggering the play button click sound from somewhere onto this game object. But there's only a couple of ways that I could have pulled that off. God damn it. Because all it takes is for me to have put a spacebar somewhere and then it changes a setting on this UI. Where could I have done that? You see, the thing is, it shouldn't be that hard to find in any of the scripts because it's green and in your face. Right? Because it looks like this. Unless there's some other thing in Unity. It's something else in Unity. What the fuck? Why is this a feature? How the fuck do I remove that feature? So apparently if you click on a toggle button in any UI made with Unity by default and press space, it toggles that same button that you just touched. What kind of feature is that? And it doesn't undo that until you click other UI, which completely messes me up right now. Why is that a feature? I have no clue. Wait, does that also mean if I... Oh, this has been fucked up because I messed around with it. Oops. Okay, I cannot interact with that right now for some reason. Great. Yeah. There's something weird going on with the collider on this object. Ah. It's this object that's blocking the freaking collision, but why? Eh? Why is that a problem all of a sudden? Okay, it's not text. The fuck? What? What? So this is what I wanted to test. Looks a bit hideous, but... So it works on every toggle button. Okay, good to know, I suppose. That caught me a bit by surprise. Damn. Okay, well. It is what it is, I suppose. Definitely need to fix that. Oh, that is why. It's probably because this text here is... okay. Okay. Didn't expect to be modifying this today. Probably also going to be one of the last things we do today. But I should probably do this before we stop. Otherwise, this might be a problem next week when I get back to it. But it's probably because there's no layout group. You need a layout elephant. Layout element. Not elephant. I have no idea what size this was. 40 by 40 it seems. About right, at least. And then there is the streak here. So we set that to flexible width. And height. And it's like left most aligned. Disable that component. All we need is a bit of lift padding and it should all fall in place. There we go. Okay, so that should do the trick. And the button is no longer occluded. And the text, well, that is also now fixed to the scale of the button. Okay, let's just real quick see if this works, just to make sure I didn't fuck up anything there. Still can get over that the toggle buttons can be activated with the spacebar of all things. Nice. Okay, that is working again. Okay, let's just clean up before we're done here. Let's open up the options menu again. Let's see. Toggle settings, and let's go over into Bolt here. Right, so it does seem like because this was hooked up to there. And we do want to take a look at that is on value, right? Because now I know that if I press the toggle button and I press space, then it's as if I pressed it again. So to counteract that, for now at least, I guess I just gotta click in the window while I'm testing. Yeah, so we can set the value to be is on and is off if we use the set on without notify function instead of just is on set. Okay. And then the reason why the UI itself doesn't update is because right now it's also using on value changed, which doesn't get called because it's set is on without notify. Got it. Well, I guess that means that the next step would be to make a toggle functionality for the button interaction effects, as silly as that may sound. How difficult would that be? Because it's like in a sub thing in here, isn't it? Or is it its own thing? That's the sound effects. Ah, there it is. Toggle game objects. Yeah, so this is the functionality that toggles it to be either on or off. How does this work? Yeah, so this just takes all the objects, like it does both at the same time, unconditionally. So it just takes all the objects in the enable and all the objects in the disable and enables and disables them. So the third one would take a list of game objects, game object active, which is not what it's called because that's for setting it to be active, which is enabling a game object, right? But this is enabled yet. So this gets whether or not it's enabled, rather if it's set to be active or not. So, oh no, wait. That was from a script. Isn't there like a game object that is active or something? Active self. The active state of this game object, read only. The local active state of this game object. Okay, that might be something. It does say local self though. Is static. Name, reference, and message. Set active. Active self. Am I active? And then we just get it on that active game object. So is it active? Then basically set it to the inverse of whatever this variable is. Is there like some smart bool function you can just use for that? Like just inversing it? I'm not aware of any, but I wonder. Inverse. Nah. But we can also just do a evaluation of that and then do a set active true or false depending on that. Nope, that's not what you do, Dragon. But we do need to reference the game object. So go through loop. Is this game object in the list active? Then we need to make it like, is active true? I guess is what it means. Active self enabled equals true. Then it needs to be set to untrue and vice versa. Because that's basically a toggle, right? Switch to the opposite state that it was in when you triggered this. And now, of course, right now I don't have a disabled game toggle game objects list, but we'll just add one. That'll probably be the last thing, won't it? Okay, it's only gonna take a second, right? What could possibly go wrong? So we need the button interaction effects script. And then we just need another list, which is for objects that need to be toggled. And since all the conditions are handled in there, it should be fine. Instead of disable, we just call this toggle. And it should be safe to add it like this, because anywhere there is a game object, like a UI object, that uses Unity's built-in UI systems and whatnot to do the toggling of other objects, they don't care about this, because as long as nothing is defined in there, of course, they're not going to toggle anything else outside of it. And it's not like I'm overriding that functionality, so that will still work. You know, Unity's UI and all that. Okay, so let's update our unit option so we can get access to that list. Then we just need to swap it out in this flow graph, and we should be good to go. I might need to do one more thing, but we'll see. Because this just allows the button to do toggling of game objects based off a list. But I still need to be able to trigger it. Button interaction toggle. And that's the third step of this sequence, so that's fine. Also call this toggle, of course. But now the thing is, even though we made that functionality, this still doesn't get called. So when I press the button directly, we toggle the value through the input, and then this detects on toggle value changed. If we call that by set is on without notify, it doesn't do that, and it doesn't enter the toggle game objects, it doesn't do the toggling that we just did. Right. There's like something there that I need to make it so that it works. Because right now in the settings toggle here, it's a mess. But we've pretty much established that I can just swap these. This one is on to the one set is on without notify. But then I also need to do the toggling of the visual aspect, which is also handled by the button on which this script is, but it's, or this flow is, but it's in a different flow. How do the custom events work again? Trigger custom event. Okay, so this is in relation to the game object, not the specific flow. This could work. This could actually work. Because then if we, in the button interaction graph, don't need that in here, of course, but in here, we set up a custom event and then call it directly on the toggle game object specifically, then it would at least make it work. What do we call this? What would be a good name for it? This is like some ultra edge case specific stuff here. Because the thing is, you can call an event as much as you want. If there's nothing on that game object to receive that event and do something with it, if it's set to self at least, then it won't, you know, do anything. Which also means that if I ever get a case where I want a button interaction that has this, or doesn't have this, but or has this rather, but not the other part, it's still like this is still gonna work. Because the event is just gonna get fired, and if the for loop doesn't like the list doesn't contain anything, the for loop just iterates over nothing, I suppose. Actually, I don't know if it's, I don't remember if I need to do a null check or if it's I need to do an empty check. I haven't quite thought about that one, but all I really need to do is figure out a name for this then. This is just called a toggle flow graph, called settings toggle. Settings toggle visuals. Like so stupid, because this is so this is called settings toggle, the flow graph, which is triggering a toggle functionality in the button interaction effects macro. So it's like force toggle. So it's like settings toggle force toggle if you want it to be completely anal about it, which is a really fucking long event name. But at least that should help me from not getting confused. Whoops. It's not what I wanted. So now we can go in here and then just put that in there and it should just work. Oh, now of course I did remove all the testing environment stuff. Maybe I should have tested this first. God damn it. Let's do an input event. Just spacebar. And we need that bool literal back. So I have something I can test this with. Yes, and then we plug it in there. That should at least allow us to test it for the time being. Moment of truth. Damn it. Oh. Maybe it would work if I actually told it which things to toggle. And that's up here, and it's in its own hierarchy. So affected game object, no. Toggle game object list. Drag you up there. And then I don't even need to do this one. anymore because it's already done by my custom script now. That was maybe a moment of truth. Hmm. Damn it. Yeah, so it sets the is on thing. Why does it not? I do have account items, right. So I do make sure that there's stuff in there, which there of course is. But why does it look like it goes through both? Shouldn't do that. Active self. Toggle text BG. Active self is true. Okay, so that means I cannot just use that because it's definitely inactive. Unless... Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. So why is it that this happens? Oh wait, I think I know why. Is it because... No. It's not because it's being activated from the outside. Well, that's at least something. Oh. How did I not catch that? Okay, maybe it works now? Oh right, and I need to rehook that up again. Ah, it works! It works! It's because it was fucking firing the event twice, so it was enabling and then disabling it right after each other. But it works. That means... And most importantly, no sounds are played and no effects are being played. That means I can enable and disable this UI when I load the game according to what it's supposed to be. Like what state it's supposed to be in. That's cool. Nice. No wonder I couldn't test it before I knew that space toggles it, because it just messes it up when you select it. Because then it's like not behaving as intended. But that means that we can hook up this now, and then it should just... The default is on. Let's just make sure this works. Now we've saved it to always be on when we load the game, which is also the default. Okay, maybe I should have disabled it. But it still does the whole loading process whenever you load the game and enter the options menu. So there is a brief moment, unfortunately, where all the things are in their default state. And then it like quickly sets all the variables to what they're supposed to be the first time from the last session, and then it, you know, it only loads things once. It's not the cleanest. I don't know if I can do anything about that, unfortunately. It might be because it's on start and I'm waiting for it to have initialized things in a separate script. And that just takes time enough for this to be like there's like a frame or a couple frames or whatever where you might just be one frame even, where you just quickly see that these are not loaded in yet, or the settings have not been initialized. Yes. Okay. Oof. Let's make a prefab out of this. Yes. That just leaves the drop-down menu for the settings, at least for the time being. Then again, I do want to have this like as an input field. That's another thing. Input fields for the sliders and whatnot, and then a drop-down menu. That should probably do the trick. Especially because if I make the input field work, I will probably be making it able to work independently too. So if I ever get a variable that, you know, it's just like type in a value and not a slider kind of deal, it should also just work immediately. Oof. That was not a whole lot, it feels like. Like, it doesn't feel like I accomplished much today, but it definitely takes time. Like, you could probably go onto the asset store and get like a framework for setting up these kinds of options. But I would rather make it on my own, because that way, if I ever need to add more functionality, I'm not stuck with a C# script and get forced to not use Bolt for one. That, and I also know exactly how it works. So I have full control over the visual aspects too, which is another bonus. So it takes a bit of time, but you know. And then I would probably, because Unity, I haven't looked into Unity's input manager, how you can manipulate those through UI options and such. I have no idea how that works. That's something I have to learn first. I'm sure it's going to be not too big a deal. It's just going to be time consuming mostly. But yeah, that's it for today. Let's see, is there anyone streaming right now that I want to say hello to? Ooh, we could go and say hello to Argon. He's playing Borderlands 3. I still need to beat Borderlands 3. I don't know. Kind of just lost interest in it. But we can go and say hi to him. So yeah, that's it for today. And tomorrow will be RimWorld, is the current plan. So if you want to drop by for some RimWorld, do say hello. I will try and set up the pawn buying redeems in the store before tomorrow. But I also need to change some things in Rimworld. I can probably do that tomorrow morning. Or when I get up this morning, right? So yeah, hope to see you tomorrow. And then Saturday, I plan on playing some Supreme Commander, showcasing like some old games. I don't know if it's the only thing I'll be doing, because honestly, Supreme Commander sessions can take a very long time, just even with vanilla stuff. But there are other games too, which are really old that I've got working. So if you want to see some old games and you're curious to what it's gonna be, then drop by Saturday as well. Anyways, hope to see you all in the weekends. Otherwise, I'll see you sometime next week, I hope. That's it for today, and stick around for the raid, and I will see you all on the next one. Bye bye for now, and have a good time.